Okay, it is 8 o'clock, and we've still got people joining, but we're going to go ahead and get started. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for the workshop we have in today. I just wanted to go over a couple of things really quick. I do see that we do have one person calling in. If you're calling in, you can hit *6 to unmute yourself, and everyone else can just unmute themselves on their computer for the questions and answers portion. If you're calling in, you can also use *3 to raise your hand. We will also be using the chat box for any questions that you have. And also you can always email me and I will make sure and forward any questions you have. So I think that's about it. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Sam Reynolds. Sam?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Karen. And good morning to everyone. This morning, I hope everyone enjoyed our sessions yesterday, where we learned EPA goals and 319 best management practices, where we talked about QOPs, 106 applications, where we also talked about 106 budget and work plans, and also witnessed Cherokee's drone and how it enhanced their 106 programs. And when we talked about requirements for budget narratives, and also talked about attains and how to build an assessment report in the attain system. And we also talked about Q&P requirements and also the wonderful tools that now we have online that can be used to develop our QOPs and Q&Ps. So today we have another exciting day of sessions that will be given from 8 o'clock through 3 o'clock today. We're going to have climate adaptation awareness. We're going to have constructing a tribal 319 assessment and management plan. And we're going to talk about how to build a 319 watershed plan. And we're going to talk about supporting tribes through the non-point source program equity efforts and how to manage a tribal 319 project, and then best management practices and challenges on the ground. So we have another exciting day. Yesterday was a great day. Attendance was great. And we hope to have that same enthusiasm and attendance today. So with that said, I am actually going to turn this over to Latasha Roberts, and we're going to get started early on the first session.
Teresa's
Latasha?
project officer.
Sam. Hello, everyone.
Is that Sam Reynolds?
It is Sam Reynolds. Good morning. We are so delighted that you're here. But first up, we welcome you, just as my colleague Sam said, to our day 2, focused on the Clean Water Act 319 grants. We are just ecstatic that Karen McCormick is going to do our welcome and orientation comments. And I'll turn it over to Karen, and then we'll go ahead with our presentations that have been planned for today. Thanks, Karen.
You're welcome, Latasha. Thank you very much. And I want to thank the organizers of this workshop. Like Sam said, I echo yesterday was just awesome. I think we learned a lot. And I think you'll learn a lot today and tomorrow as well. And it's an honor to welcome you to this workshop, especially today, since it's a kindred spirit to me, since we are going to be talking about the 319 non-point source technical side of the house. And then tomorrow, they'll be talking about the funding and grants. But one of the things that I wanted to talk about is non-point source is still the largest remaining water quality problem today. Non-point source pollution is the leading remaining cause of water quality problems. And one of the key things that the non-point source program plays is addressing water quality problems, which is core to the Clean Water Act program. It builds already on, as you heard yesterday, the water quality standards, NPDES, TMDLs, SRF, as well as you heard yesterday that, and some that you're going to hear today under the administration, this administration, climate change, more green infrastructure, environmental justice also will have a significant role in the non-point source program as well. The one thing I love about non-point source is that how we work collaboratively and coordinate with each other. We play well with others. We use partners to leverage our resources. We support agriculture and local communities. We support economic development. And we can't do it without volunteers and non-regulatory program people like you and others. And then, of course, doing all this increases our community's resiliency and certainly addresses hazard mitigation to prevent pollution in the future. But one of the things that Sam talked about and what you'll find out today is the implementation of the non-point source 319 program. And what my staff brings to the table is the technical knowledge and expertise. You'll hear from Rachel Rentz today. You'll meet Brian Fontenot. And then, of course, I have Jim Drake, who won't be speaking today, but he's critical to our team. And they provide a cohesive conduit between you and the states and the tribes to provide technical expertise. And I'm hoping that you'll find that valuable today. The other thing that we do is we work with other agencies, and we have a co-benefit program with those agencies, such as FEMA, Corps of Engineers, NRCS. We help to leverage those funds so we can come up with a bigger and better project. And we're going to try and do that more in the future. But one of the important things too that we provide and the state gives to us, and we can't do it without the states and the tribes, are all these success stories. Those success stories show our history of the water quality improvement. And they give us leveraging for the grant program. It's critical to the non-point source core program, building capacity, technical support, state program support as well. And it's a critical part of the Clean Water Act. But those success stories, what's also critical is that's given to Congress. We sometimes, our headquarters has to go up to the Hill and talk about the non-point source program. And those, and this is where the states and the tribes do a great service to us, letting their congressional people know what the great things non-point source does and how it improves water quality. That's why the non-point source program continues to be funded. Certainly we would like to have more funding, but it continues to be supportive, not just from Congress, but all the way to the locals. And I just want to say again, we're so glad you're here. We could not do, and we would not be successful in this program without you. So again, I hope that you find today to be another outstanding day, learning a lot of information. But one thing I want to stress, just like Rob Cook talked about yesterday, the project officers are critical, but you do not have to call them to reach us. We are here. We are here to serve you. We're here to provide technical expertise. And so please, if you need anything, please reach out to my staff. We're here to help you, help guide you through your watershed plans, your anything that you have to do that's technical or you need advice on. So all I can emphasize again is we're here to help you. We're here to advise you or just be a sounding board. But if you need anything, please feel free to reach out to Brian, Jim, or to Rachel. And again, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to welcome you to us today. And I hope that you look forward to today's workshop as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen, for that great welcome. And now I have the pleasure of introducing our presenters for our climate adaptation and awareness piece. When we hear climate change indicators such as greenhouse gases, weather and climate, oceans, sun and ice, health in society and ecosystems, These indicators give us insight into how our Earth's climate is ever changing. What does climate adaptation and climate change have to do with water? The answers to this question will be explored by two of EPA scientists from the Office of Research and Development. Dr. Thomas, and I say Tom, Dr. Thomas Johnson is a hydrologist whose research interests include climate and land use change impacts on water and watershed systems and the resilient design of urban water quality best management practices. He's joined by his colleague, Dr. Jordan West, who is an aquatic ecologist that researches and develops assessment tools to understand the vulnerabilities of coral reefs, wetlands, and watersheds to climate change, and creates tools to help decision makers design adaptation strategies to increase resilience of those valued natural resources in the face of changing environmental conditions and extreme events. Thank you, Tom and Jordan, for kicking off day 2 of our Non-Point Source Grant Workshop with this emphasis on climate adaptation and awareness. I turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Latasha. So I'm going to share my screen, and just if everything works well, you should see slides come up, but please let me know if you don't see that. Yeah, are you seeing?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay,
Yep,
and I made it
perfect.
bigger. Okay. I need to go back to slide 1. I wasn't ready there. At any rate, thank you so much, Latasha, and thanks everyone for your interest in climate adaptation. On behalf of myself and my colleague Jordan, we're very excited to be here and to talk with you for a little bit this morning. And just a quick question, Latasha. So we were originally scheduled for 45 minutes. I mean, we're starting a little bit early. I assume we're still wanting to stay within that time frame. So we'd want to wrap up at about 10 o'clock. Oh, well, sorry, your time. It's
Yeah, you're scheduled until 9:15, but we don't have to use all of that time. We can go right into, or if you need that time, we're good. We're flexible. And we'll also, once you're done, you and Jordan, we'll actually open it up for Q&A. And then I have some resources via websites
okay.
to show you.
Perfect.
So
Perfect.
we're
Yeah,
good
no,
to go.
that's, yeah, we very much want to, try to save plenty of time. So great. Yeah, thank you. We just, this is what we've put together today, this topic of climate change and climate change impacts on water quality is very broad. There are also some just kind of unique challenges in thinking about how we manage climate change impacts, given these are largely these are future conditions that we only partially understand. There's quite a lot we do understand, but there's also, like any kind of a future, planning for any kind of a future, there are some uncertainties there. So that introduces some particular challenges that Jordan will be speaking about. So we have between us about 20 slides or so, which, if not providing all of the answers to questions you may have, we hope at least can help you to be thinking about how climate change might impact your local communities, as well as your work in water quality protection. And we plan this should take about, hopefully, maybe 30 minutes, and then we would, welcome any kinds of questions. So just as an introduction, then, climate is changing. This is, I think it's hard to not notice some of the headlines that we've been seeing. And there are many wide-ranging potential effects on the availability and quality of water. Potential changes includes things, warming air temperature, that is pretty much ubiquitous. It's already well established in the literature. Changes in the amount of precipitation, more heavy downpours. Effects on snow can be very significant, related to warming, both snowfall and snowpack. Also, there's an anticipated, or we anticipate longer dry spells between rain events, and I'll talk a little bit more about this later. And finally, sea level rise is another, it maybe is not so much relevant to non-point pollution, but effects of sea level rise, particularly on coastal communities, can be very significant. So, and then as I mentioned, these will have wide-ranging effects on both water availability and quality. And then, of course, this will affect how we think or how we should perhaps be thinking about water management, just trying to do things in a way which are going to be effective and resilient in the long term. So just a little bit of background, and I hope this isn't too general for some of you, but I want to show a few figures. This map is the figure that shows observed changes in temperature roughly over the last century or so. So these are not models. This is just the observed changes. And you'll see there that pretty much across the country, on the order, we're up to this runs only through about 2016, but we're now up to, on the order of close to 2 degrees Fahrenheit on average changes in many parts of the country. These are annual average, just broadly speaking, the warming is greater at higher latitudes. So in the northern parts of the country, we're seeing more significant changes. And then also the changes tend to be concentrated more in the winter time and also at nighttime, in the nighttime. So the effects on the averages are sort of disproportionately impacted by those nighttime temperatures and also winter temperatures. So that is, warming is happening. They have agreed for decades that this is something that's going to continue into the next century. This next slide is just showing something similar, but for changes in precipitation. Again, these are observed changes. They're not model projections. Over roughly the last century or so. On the left there, that's showing the changes in precipitation volume, or so they're just total annual precipitation. And on the lower, kind of on the lower right there, that's showing changes in the proportion of rain occurring in larger magnitude. So these bigger events. One of the things that's anticipated, and that is also showing up very clearly in the observational record, is that the rainfall that we do get, independent of whether your annual total goes up or down, that the rainfall that we do get is going to be concentrated into these larger magnitude events. So here again, on the order, the scale on the upper left there is a little bit hard to see, but ballpark, it's about plus or minus 15% changes in precipitation over the last century. And again, these are projected to continue, although there's a lot of variability, and I'll get into that. That's one of the things that's really limiting our understanding, I think, of climate change impacts on water, is that there's quite a lot of variability in this kind of broad moisture metric, total rainfall. It is very clear, however, that the events that we are seeing, that there's a greater proportion of rain occurring in these larger magnitude events, which has very significant implications for things like non-point pollution. That is very critical to the transport of pollutants into water bodies. So given what we know, this brings up some questions relevant to water quality and non-point management. These are kind of obvious, but just thinking about how will climate change affect pollutant loading to water bodies, and what can we do to protect water quality and associated water resources. Just a couple of quick note on that first bullet there. I mentioned this source transport limited. That's just a useful heuristic that I find in thinking, if you're thinking about how climate change might impact a watershed, just thinking about what is controlling nutrient, say nutrient loading to a water body. And for that to occur, there needs to be a source of a pollutant, and then it also there has to be transport to a water body. So climate will affect both. Climate could affect both the natural biogeochemical processes, which make things like nutrient and sediment and other potential pollutants available to runoff, and they also affect runoff. The key transport factor there being runoff, rainfall and runoff. So it's just helpful. I find that sometimes helpful just in thinking about how climate change might impact water body. You say, well, what is it? Will it affect the source? Will it affect how much pollutant is on the landscape that is available to run off? And will it affect the actual mobilization and transport of that into the water body? And then with respect to the second question about management, I mean, the obvious, it's a obvious question, I guess, if climate is changing, will these BMPs function as we intend? If we're restoring, say, a riparian filter strip, is the vegetation going to grow, or will it desiccate? And I mean, is it going to function the way if it rains harder? Are there going to be gullies and rills that form that? So the water, as it runs off, is going to bypass some of these things that we're trying to implement. These are all questions that are, they'll vary in different locations, but they're important things to be thinking about. And then this last point is just, again, I mentioned this uncertainty, and I don't want to make too much of a point of that, because it isn't really uncertainty. There's a lot that we do know, and there's a lot that's already happening, but there is variability. And when we run these models, and I'll show an example later, these are scenarios, and we can learn a lot about how these systems perform, but we don't have accurate forecasts of the future. So when it comes to thinking about, say, a water quality, a non-point management plan, that kind of thing, it isn't as simple as just saying, well, in 30 years, 50 years, we're going to get 10% more rain, so we need to be doing X% more of this. It's not quite that simple. That being said, there is a lot that we can be doing to be improving how our investments are likely to function and how we can be more resilient. And these are the kind of things that Jordan is going to talk about when she comes up later. So just, I wanted to begin. So for the rest of my slides, I have just 5 or 6 slides, and I'm going to just go through and talk a little bit about, make some comments about potential climate change effects on water quality. And these are largely drawn from a literature review that we did a few years back. And there's some references at the end of this slide deck that I won't mention now, but just you'll see that you all have the slides. And there's a couple of papers that we did that is a nice kind of a literature review of climate change effects on water quality. So that's where I'm pulling a lot of this from. But I wanted to just give one example of a modeling study that we did, which just illustrates the kind of information that that often is available to us when we're trying to think about, and this is projecting forward, so I'm not thinking about observed changes here. These are, projecting forward. So, often these modeling studies, you run a number of scenarios, and between different models, different emissions scenarios, different time periods, there's a lot of assumptions built into those scenarios, simulations, and what you end up with here on the left. This is a study we did a while back. There are 20 watersheds. These are kind of large, sort of Huck 4 sort of scale watersheds. And I guess I just wanted to illustrate, that with all those little X's there for each watershed, in this case, we only had 6 scenarios that we ran were different. That was a water model. In this case, it was the SWOT model driven by different climate model output. And you'll see there's a range there. The little horizontal dashes are the median values. But this is just the kind of thing, like I just mentioned, that it just introduces some challenges when we sort of want to be prescriptive and be quantitative about how to respond. And again, I want to stress there are ways that we can work with this information, but you do have to kind of embrace that uncertainty and not let that hold you back. And not expect that we're going to have accurate forecasts, because that's just not the nature of this problem. So I wanted to just go through just briefly and talk a little bit about some of these changes that are largely, again, based on this literature review. I'm going to stick mainly to each slide, has some bullets at the top, and then I give some numbers down below that I won't stress too much. Those are just giving ranges from various papers in the literature. And I'll note, these regions that we're referring to, or I'm referring to, are from the National Climate Assessment, which your region and region EPA Region 6, it's a little, it's not a good breakdown for Region 6. Your region actually falls into 3 of the national climate assessment regions. There's the southeast, I think the eastern part of your region, Louisiana, the eastern part there is in the southeast region, and then you're in southern Great Plains, which is Texas and Oklahoma, and then New Mexico was also in Region 6, I think, right? That's in the southwest region. So I haven't tried to focus. I just include that there as, again, just kind of a reference. But broadly speaking, flow, I mean, changes in rainfall, changes in temperature will have effects on moisture and runoff. These effects do vary quite a lot regionally, and they'll also vary quite a lot in different watershed settings at different elevations. Generally speaking, I mentioned, independent of the amount of rain that we're getting, what the rain that we are getting is likely to be concentrated into these heavier events, which might mean higher, bigger peaks and then longer kind of dry spells between events with lower lows between events. Effects on snow are very prominent, particularly in the west and the mountainous regions where we're seeing reduced snowpack, which again, one of the key factors there is just seeing increased runoff in the winter and spring and less in the summer and fall when we typically need. And just a last point, independent, given there's this variability in precip and across the models, and it's a little bit unclear what the total volumes are going to be going forward in some places. There's this concept of hot drought that, we know droughts, unequivocally, droughts have always occurred, they will continue to occur. So regardless of how precipitation changes in the future, if it's warmer, these dry periods that we have are likely to be a little deeper and a little bit more of a challenge for us. So just some things to note there, that this is something, but there is a lot of regional variability across stream flow. And stream flow, of course, has an influence on a wide range of water quality attributes. So just jumping then to water temperature, again, warming temperatures, water temperatures tend to correlate in a general way, at least, with long-term average air temperature. So these warming air temperatures, which we're seeing everywhere, are expected to increase. Water temperatures, we're already starting to see that. In standing water in particular, effects on ice cover and ice breakup are going to be important. That can affect the thermal regime of lakes, things like turnover, and you've got the mixing between the surface and the deep waters. And then just this point that, that particularly in late summer and fall, that as temperatures warm, water's warm, any reductions in flow can exacerbate that. And that's a particularly critical time for aquatic life. Fish, for example, salmonids, that, you see if there's less water in the stream, you're getting standing pools, things like this, that can really stress many systems where warming temperatures, water temperatures are increasing. So water temperature, this is pretty ubiquitous. This is happening. It's already in the record. We're seeing this already in these trends. This trend is expected to continue and a challenge to manage. This is probably one of the hardest ones, if not the hardest, water quality impact to manage, because other than shading and trying to get water into the ground, there's not a lot you can do to be cooling water temperatures, protecting refugia, that kind of thing. So just nutrients. This is one, again, these effects on nutrient loading in the literature, what we're seeing, they're regionally variable, driven very much by changes in precipitation. The dissolved nitrogen loads, things like nitrate, tend to correlate pretty strongly with changes in runoff. So where we're seeing increases in runoff, we tend to see increases in nutrient loads there. But then also episodically, during these heavy events, particularly if you're in proximity to a nutrient source, an agricultural area. This is that transport limited thing that I mentioned earlier, that this increasing occurrence of heavy precipitation is going to increase that transport mechanism. So what might have previously fertilizer application that was more, largely held in place, stayed in place and did what it was intended to do, might be mobilized and run off into the water bodies. And then there are I won't say a whole lot, but there are, warming temperatures, changes in moisture can also affect the natural. It's not just about pollutant loads, but natural biogeochemical cycling, everything from the breakdown of organic matter into more mobile forms of nutrients, things like denitrification, which is an important process for affecting nitrogen in streams. So this is one that's nutrients are quite sensitive to changes in climate, again, both because of these changes in potential sources and the transport to water bodies. Sediment is a little bit similar. Sediment, again, I mean, these bullets here look a lot like the last slide, driven largely by changes. Loads are driven by changes in largely precipitation. These heavy precipitation events are really important. I don't have to tell you all that. That's your business. You could tell me probably a lot more about this, but it's very sensitive to ground cover, which will interact with things like temperature and moisture, air temperature and moisture, where, anything that affects ground cover, if you're getting less vegetative ground cover, that can have a very significant effect on sediment loadings to streams. So there's some pretty big impacts, pretty big changes that we're seeing in these modeling studies that are, again, using models to project forward, driven by climate, model output, looking at changes in sediment loads. And again, for the details, I'm just breezing through this, but there are these papers at the end that we can point to, that if anyone wants to see the details, you can look at that. And then the last point here, which is not a minor one, this effect of wildfire. Because more and more of an issue, can have pronounced effects on sediment, as well as other water quality attributes of water quality, particularly after a fire. There's also the disease and pest outbreaks, or disease and pest outbreaks followed by wildfire, which can lead to some pretty large, pretty significant impacts on water bodies. And if these are happening more frequently, the sort of some cumulative effect of that could be pretty significant. So just again, something to be aware of and thinking about. And then one last point, pathogens. This is another one. Microbial pathogens, maybe more of an urban issue, animal agricultural kind of an issue. Again, it's driven very much, these loads, by changes in precipitation. It's that transport feature of rainfall and runoff that you're mobilizing and transporting these pollutants to water bodies. But in this case, also, there's a lot of sensitivity, and there's a couple of good papers in the literature that discuss this. There are effects on survivability of different pathogens, and there's usually a window where they're kind of at their optimal, and certain organisms are more susceptible to different temperature ranges than others. So it's kind of this joint effect of how will warming temperatures affect the survival of certain pathogens in the soil, in water, and then will that be mobilized and transported to water bodies and become a pollutant problem that we have to deal with. So that's just kind of a lightning fast piece through some of these potential effects on water quality. So what does this mean for management? I want to make a couple of points, and then I'm going to let Jordan West take over, who will discuss some ways to be thinking about this. But generally speaking, climate change can affect both the mobilization and the transport of pollutants into BMPs. So if you think of mobilization, again, nutrients or sediment from an upland source area, climate change can affect what's being mobilized and entering into a BMP, as well as potentially altering the function of a BMP. Just physically, most BMPs function by various, or certain types of BMPs function by various biophysical processes, filtering, uptake by vegetation, this kind of thing, that you know, the function of BMPs might also be impacted. There's a little bit of work that we've been doing in ORD. But this is highly site specific. It depends quite a lot on both just the siting and the maintenance of different practices. So there's quite a lot of variability there in how these effects will be manifest. But I just wanted to mention again, I said earlier that we're probably not going to be able to, well, I know we're not going to be able to answer all the questions that you've probably got, but I hope this can at least kind of be helping you to sort of be thinking about the kinds of things and where you might go for additional information to help make better decisions, incrementally better decisions about what we're doing to manage water quality impact. So, and then just two little final points on BMPs. We have this framework that a recent study that we did was kind of looking at practices. You can think of it in terms of, we want to be resilient, thinking about the practices, the investments that we're making in BMPs, that it's helpful to think about how they might be sensitive to changes in climate. If it rains more, if it rains harder, if it's getting drier, will this affect the sort of the performance of a BMP? But also an important piece of that is how adaptable it is. One of the things that often comes up in adaptation is trying to be flexible. And I know that's it's a challenge in a regulatory context, but thinking about ways that we can be implementing BMPs or water quality management in a way that over time, if there's a need, we can be phasing in new practices, revising, modifying, that kind of thing. That is an important concept here. And so that is an important thing to also be considering when you're doing, like, say, a management plan. So I'm gonna stop there and just kind of hand it off to Jordan with this. The idea being that they're given some of these challenges. What is a way that to be thinking about this problem that's manageable. So Jordan, you're
great.
I'm going to just, I will just continue to flip the slides if that's okay. And you just tell me when to go.
Yep. Great. Well, hi, everybody. I'm Jordan West. And can you go back one, please?
Oops, sorry.
I'm really happy to be here to talk to you a little bit about adaptation. Great transition. Tom has talked about a lot of things in this figure. I just want to kind of give you a visual of some things he's been talking about and where I'm headed with the rest of the talk. So Tom has been talking about exposures to climate factors like temperature, more intense high magnitude rain events, how that affects pollutant loadings. And so based on exposure and then the sensitivity and or the adaptive capacity of a water body or a valued aquatic ecosystem, sensitivity and adaptive capacity are often equated with resilience of the system. Those two things determine how vulnerable the water quality is in that water body or aquatic ecosystem. So adaptation is focusing on reducing exposure and increasing resilience in order to reduce overall vulnerability. So to what are we applying adaptation? Next slide, please. So we can adapt through our management techniques. And here are just a few examples of what will probably be quite familiar water quality best management practices for preserving or restoring water quality. And as Tom has already made abundantly clear, climate change is going to affect the conditions under which these are being used, and it may negatively impact effectiveness. And so the question is, what can we do about that? So next slide, please. So we have been working on concepts for a while around climate smart design. The idea here is, and this will resonate with what Tom was talking about in his transition. There are 3 types of climate smart design considerations when you're thinking about any of these best management practices. First is, how does or will climate change affect the stressors of concern that are relevant to the management activity. It could be a stressor that you're directly trying to manage with your technique, or it could be a stressor that could simply get in the way or ruin your effort. And then the second question is, based on changes in the stressors, how does or will climate change then affect the functionality of your management activity? So either through the changes in the stressors that you just thought about, or directly, such as in cases where you're installing something and a high magnitude rain event could actually literally destroy it. Or it could be rendered less effective because climate change is changing the stressor it's meant to manage. And then given those above considerations, then the question is, how can the management activity potentially be adapted to be more effective in the face of these changes? Now, it's important to note the specific answers to these questions will depend on the management activity or the project that you are doing. So we're going to look at a couple of very general examples. Next slide. Let's focus in on two riparian buffers. Riparian buffer, as you know, is an area adjacent to a stream, lake, or wetland that contains a combination of trees, shrubs, or other vegetation that is meant to help protect water quality by absorbing pollution from runoff and reducing erosion into the water body and controlling temperatures potentially through shading. Terraces tend to be used on moderate to steep slopes as earthen structures that transform a long slope into a more gradual series of short slopes, again, to reduce the rate of runoff and to allow soil particles to settle out in these terraces rather than reach the water body. So let's focus on two quick examples. Next slide. So let's say that you're going to use riparian buffers in a river valley, and you might have this in your plan. You might have a statement. The original action statement might be something like, okay, we're going to plant riparian buffers along the river where it passes through agricultural areas to reduce the runoff of sediment and nutrients into the river from these especially vulnerable areas where there's agriculture. So to kind of now translate those three types of climate smart considerations, we would say, okay, how, given what we know about climate change in this particular area where we're working, how will increased precipitation affect the volume, the pattern, spatially or temporally, timing of sediment and nutrient runoff from agricultural fields into these riparian buffers? So we might already have used riparian buffers. We might have a sort of business as usual model for that. But if the transport of sediment is changing greatly, that could be important. Because the next question is, well, how will the changes in sediment and nutrient runoff and or direct effects of higher temperatures and increased precipitation on the species composition of your riparian buffer and the bank erosion of your riparian buffer, how will all that impact the effectiveness of those buffers to mitigate the runoff in the way that you were intending? And so finally, you then bring all that together to ask, okay, so how could the riparian buffers now be designed? Do we need different buffer width, different plant species that are more hardy or with deeper root systems? Where do we need to locate them? If patterns and timing and fleshiness of runoff are changing spatially, you may need to concentrate on particular priority areas along the water body that are going to have the worst runoff. And they might have to be maintained differently. Like if you're going to have more droughts or more bank erosion, you may need to have plans and rapid response plans even after big events for replanting and maintaining the buffer in ways that you haven't had to do up until now. So at the end of this thought process, you can begin to craft a more detailed climate smart action along the lines of, okay, plant riparian buffers of adequate width to intercept and withstand the larger flows from the farms. We need to prioritize locations that will intercept the maximum runoff possible. We need to use plants that can withstand larger flows, but can hold together drier soils and tolerate higher temperatures over longer dry periods. And the buffers will need to be replanted more often, especially after storms. So that's one example. Let's go more quickly through a second example and look at the terraces example. So here we would be saying perhaps in our plan, we're going to install terraces that are adjacent to dirt roads in the watershed to reduce sediment runoff into the water bodies. So again, climate smart design considerations. How will increasingly severe storms affect the volume, pattern, and timing of sediment runoff into terraces? Similar question as the other one. But this is in a different place, in a steep watershed. So you're going to have to go and get different information. How will the changes in sediment runoff and or direct damage to terraces from extreme storms, how could that impact the effectiveness of the terraces based on their current design? And finally, now, how could the terraces be better designed? We might need a different number of terraces in a bigger step sequence than we had before. Their dimensions may need to be bigger. Is there a way to design them to be more durable to heavy flows that might be coming? Where do we place them in the landscape based on how we think patterns of runoff might be changing? And again, they will have to be maintained. There need to be replacement plans to account for all of these effects. So in this climate smart action, we might now make it more detailed by saying, okay, install terraces with retaining walls designed to be resistant to extreme events. We're going to put them adjacent to roads that are targeted as contributing the largest percent sediment outflows to reefs. We're going to make sure that they have the sufficient dimension, number, and step series appropriate to the loads where we're at the locations. And we're going to have to increase the maintenance frequency to shorter time intervals and after heavy rain events. So these are two examples of a very general kind of example of a thought process. The idea is this can help you to start thinking about when you look at your different strategies in your toolbox or your toolkit, which ones do you think have the greatest potential to be, as Tom said, adaptable? Given what you basically know about how things are changing, it can be important to know which actions do we think have the flexibility to be modified and maybe expanded. And there are a lot of things to consider, like cost and beyond technical feasibility. And it starts to give you a sense of, you know, maybe this option we've been using before isn't as good as this other option over here. Or maybe we have a real problem because the options that we've used in the past by themselves, there's just no way they're going to be sufficient. But these are still very general examples because they're not adapted to your particular place where you're working. And we saw from Tom's talk that variability, that there's like a huge amount of variability within regions, very spatially variable. Next slide. So if you were really going to go deeper into this process, you could use our adaptation design tool, which is a tool. It's really just a thought process and series of worksheets. This flow chart, it just outlines mostly what I've just been talking about. It helps you apply these climate smart design considerations to your management activities. And it supports brainstorming of additional adaptation activities that might not be currently in your plan, but when you think about climate change might be needed. And along the way, it generates a lot of insights. It prompts a lot of insights on information gaps and trade-offs among BMPs. So ideally, you might take, individual people have used this tool, small teams of people have used this tools, groups of subject matter specific experts, like people who are experts just on riparian buffers, have used this tool to get very detailed in the answers to these questions. So you would bring your management actions, you would collect vulnerability and resilience information of the type Tom described, but as close to, as specific to your place as is possible to gather. And then worksheet A it takes that first question about your climate change effects on your stressors, and it just breaks that out into more questions. It asks about the mechanism of the change in the stressor delivery and the direction and the magnitude and your confidence. So this comes back to what Tom was talking about, what kind of range of uncertainty is there in how you think these changes are going to play out, because that could be important when you consider the adaptability of the the BMP, some BMPs could handle a bigger range, right? So this prompts you to record what is known about those things and the timing of climate change effects. And then it specifically asks you to think about what metrics are you going to use to measure whether you're hitting your target and whether your adaptation is successful. And then the worksheet 1B, that's the second part about, okay, what does this mean for your management action in terms of how are the changes in the target stressor going to affect the effectiveness of your action? Are there any direct impacts of climate change that could destroy it? And at the end of that thought process, at the end, you're going to come out with this blue box, and that's your detailed climate smart description of the management action. And along the way, these supplementary outputs are just places where you record, oh my gosh, we don't know the answers to some of these questions. We think we can go get them. We think some of them need to go to the research community. And then activity 2 provides some ideas from the literature on different types of adaptation so that you can brainstorm whether there's anything that you haven't thought of that you might want to add to your list and think about the design of. Next slide, please. So just to wrap up, I just want to emphasize that this tool was developed using coral reefs as a model, as a pilot system, but it is fully transferable to other systems and has been. And in fact, the Florida Reef Resilience folks, the Guanica Bay folks, the West Maui folks, they were all using this to try to adapt management for coral reefs. But since for coral reefs, one of the biggest problems is sediment and nutrient runoff from watersheds, most of what they were doing was designing water quality actions in a similar way to the examples I just gave you. And the Chesapeake Bay program adapted this for their own use with black duck wetlands and submerged aquatic vegetation. So there's a couple of resources here, and there'll be more at the end. But next slide. The bottom line, the sort of take-home message from, I think, coming off of Tom's talk and what I've been talking about is basically climate change is challenging us to adapt how we manage our valued resources. We have to think about how the amount and or pattern of water quality stressors will likely be altered by climate change. We have to think about what this means for the functionality of a BMP based on those changes in the stressor and or any direct destructive impacts of climate change. And given those changes and impacts, we have to think about how we can adjust the design of the BMP to be more resilient, because the goal is for it to be effective today, but also into the future. That's it for me. Next slide. Tom, you could just show, here are some references from Tom's work. And I know you guys will have access to these slides. And here are some references from the adaptation design work I was just outlining. And if you have any questions, we would love to take them. And of course, anytime in the future, please contact us if you would like more information or have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom and Jordan. And again, we have the chat feature, and Karen, you are welcome. Karen Dye, you are welcome to jump in here to facilitate the questions as needed, especially if someone has a question that's calling in on a phone. But at this time, if you can unmute yourself or use the chat feature, if you have questions for Tom or Jordan. I see so many hand claps of applause.
Also, this is Karen. I just wanted to mention again, if you're calling in, you can use *6 to unmute yourself or *3 to raise your hand, or you guys can always send me an email and I will be sure and forward it on.
This is
Do you
Philip.
have any?
I have a
Good.
question.
Come on, jump in.
Philip with the Chickasaw Nation. Great presentation. I just have a question. With these models and predictions, is the EPA looking at the influence on the regulatory permits and then also things like TMDLs, 303D lists, those types of things?
Maybe I can defer maybe to Latasha on that, but the short answer, I'm familiar. Yeah, there are people are studying that. There aren't solutions in place yet that I'm aware of. There are obviously some, again, in a regulatory context that it's kind of a challenge, but I don't know, Latasha, can you add anything to that? I'm in the research office, so I
Well,
don't.
you would assume it, obviously, climate change and, different flow levels would affect, potentially have influence on that.
Yeah. Oh, very much so. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And we've done studies that show that, and actually have worked with a number of folks in the program office here in the Office of Water, and to be sort of helping them, sort of be thinking about this. Yeah.
And I would add also, just as you said, it's an interconnectality and interdependent relationships between all of the EPA, our EPA departments. We're still in conversation about this because it's ever changing, and we're not having silo presentations, but we're definitely having conversations to say, hey, let's raise awareness, and how can we start to have these conversations across departments, across divisions. So Philip, thank you for asking that question. It's definitely something that we have started the conversation with and continue to do.
I have another question.
Could I just add something, Phil?
Absolutely,
Yes.
Dawn, jump in.
Before you move to the next question, Tom, remember Steve Klein, right? He was an ORD researcher, and he worked with EPA Region 10 to look at climate change and TMDLs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And maybe we can send along. If you put in EPA Region 10 climate change and TMDL, it'll come up. So
that's a good example. Yeah, I was up in it was actually with a tribe up there, the Nooksack in Washington State, that they did a nice, like a pilot study of as a temperature TMDL and how, and it's a nice report that they wrote, including a lot of good work with working with the stakeholders. And so yeah, that's, if you just did a Google search on climate change TMDL Region 10 Nooksack. Yeah.
And I'm possibly dipping my toe in a little bit. I've submitted one of those ROAR proposals, the regional and ORD research proposals with Region 3. They want to try to adapt this adaptation design tool approach to when they review 404 permitting to when you have to comment on the permit process, and they want to be able to sort of evaluate the implications of climate change for compensatory mitigation. And they've mentioned that they're also maybe interested in extending it to TMDLs, but we haven't started that yet. But hopefully we're heading in that direction a little bit.
Great. And then with the model, does EPA look to maybe train, people how to use this model, have access to this model, maybe have some training sessions so tribal or states or other entities could look at maybe how to model their issues in their particular area?
Are you talking about the adaptation design tool or some of the models that Tom has been, the tool?
Yeah.
In the references slide, you'll see a link to an online training on the tool that is hosted by the Nature Conservancy. They have a Reef Resilience Network site. And again, it's for coral reefs, but the thing is that if you look at the training, all you have to do is translate in your head, from a coral reef watershed example to your own watershed example. And I would welcome being contacted by folks too if they have particular interest in using the tool. But I think the first step is this it's very user-friendly, interactive online training that you can flip through that teaches you in a little bit more detail how to use the tool, and it gives more examples. And I'll tell you a little secret, which is based on our work in that the riparian and terrace examples that I gave. I just translated those from ones that we did with our colleagues and collaborators in the Guanica Bay watershed and in West Maui. So there are examples in that online training that would, I think, be quite would resonate, be quite transferable. And after that, we have some papers that that go into detail about using this with the Guanaca Bay folks. So contact me if folks want to go further than that. I'd be happy to talk to people.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And there's a question from Dino saying, are there any photos of the climate smart terraces that were installed?
So we've just been through a process working with the all of the Pacific Reef coral jurisdictions to do restoration planning. And right now, terraces are not one of the things that they've selected, and they're currently in the process of now moving forward with starting to actually implement some of the coral reef restoration examples. But no, I don't have any examples of actually climate smart design terraces from my work. I'm really trying to think about whether there might be examples from the work of other people. If I can find any, I'll get back to you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? And again, this is a conversation to start awareness and thinking, how can we have conversations with those who might be novice or experts about climate adaptation and the changes that will affect our water quality. And so as we continue on, I'm going to put in, and Karen Dye has put in some resources that we hope everybody will take advantage of and look at it, but I'm going to paste another resource everybody can see. And I know that our audience today is mainly adult learners, but I'm also putting a resource in here from NASA, just in case you have some future environmentalists that are not at the age of 18 yet, that might need to understand what climate adaptation and climate change, how it affects us now. So these two resources are from EPA. The first one is about climate adaptation. It has all indicators. It has a bunch of resources that you can click through. And then the second one was just in case you have to explain it to kids so that they have a resource. And NASA has a really great website, and that's what I've included for you to kind of click through so that it's interactive. They have videos for kids that need to start thinking about climate change and adaptation. And we'll end there. Well, thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Tom, for your presentation today. And I'm going to turn it back over to Sam Reynolds.
Thank you.
Great. Yeah, thank you.
Great session. Thank you, Dr. Thomas Johnson, Dr. Jordan West, and Latasha Roberts. Very good session. We really appreciate it. So non-point source issues are all throughout the tribal community. We have water bodies that have non-point source of pollution, basically that has not been identified. So a lot of tribes need to go out and identify those areas, those hazards, and at the same time, it's even more important that they figure out how to alleviate those problems. Also, how to manage those problems. So our next session will be constructing a tribal 319 assessment and management plan. And it will be given by Rachel Renz, who is the Regional Non-Point Source Program Coordinator, and also Dr. Brian Fontenot, who will be supporting her, and he is the Regional Non-Point Source Coordinator, Life Scientist. Rachel, take it away.
Great, thanks, Sam. Hi everyone, thanks for joining us today to talk about the Non-Point Source Assessment Report and Management Plan. Let me pull up share my screen. Okay, then I seen the presentation.
Yes, we can.
Okay, cool. So yeah, thanks for joining us today. So this presentation is kind of geared towards those of you that don't yet have a 319 program. But even if you do, hopefully this will be kind of a good refresher if you haven't looked at your assessment report or management plan in a little while. And so then my colleague, Brian Fontenot, is also on the call to help answer any questions at the end. And thanks to Brian for letting me use some of his slides. So today's agenda is talk about the assessment report and management plan, kind of what are these two documents and how can you write one to meet all of the required elements. And at the end, I'll talk a little bit about updating the management plan for those of you that already have a 319 program. So just for some context, this is kind of an overview of how the non-point source program is structured within EPA Region 6. So we have two different sections that support our state and tribal non-point source programs. So you're probably used to working with your project officers who handle all the financial details kind of, and then I'm on the technical and programmatic side. And so we work with all the project officers by reviewing documents to kind of make sure all of the programmatic requirements are being met. And so I'm one of the people who reviews the non-point source assessment reports and management plans when they get submitted to EPA for approval. And so I'll kind of be speaking from the perspective of what EPA is looking for in these types of documents to kind of help you know what to expect and how to be successful when you're creating an assessment report or management plan. And then hopefully you can stick around after lunch for some presentations by some tribal staff about their experiences with having a 319 program. So the reason that the assessment report and management plan are important is that kind of along with the treatment as a state requirements, which there'll be a presentation tomorrow going into detail on this kind of first part. But kind of in addition to the TAS, these two documents are requirements to be eligible to receive 319 funding for a non-point source program. And so together, the assessment report and management plan kind of help to identify non-point source impacts on water quality and also the strategies to address these water quality impairments. And before we kind of go into detail into these documents and requirements, I just want to mention this tribal handbook. So you can find this at the EPA website. It's a great resource to use as a guide when putting together an assessment report or management plan. It's what I always refer to for the requirements of the tribal non-point source programs. So if you look at it, that's what we'll be looking at too. So it has all the information that we'll be presenting today, as well as some additional examples from other tribes to give you some ideas as you're working on developing your own non-point source program. And then, of course, if you have any questions, you can always work with your project officer or me and my colleagues for any additional assistance. So we will start with the assessment report. So the goal of the assessment report is to provide you provide a summary of the condition of the tribal waters, which is really the foundation kind of for the scope and the direction of the non-point source program. So there are 4 things that must be included in an assessment report. And these requirements are based on the Clean Water Act, Section 319A. So the first is an identification of waters that cannot be expected to meet tribal water quality standards without the control of non-point source pollution. So to identify and describe tribal waters that are impaired or threatened, you can kind of use water quality data collected from your 106 program or kind of any monitoring data collected by any state or federal agencies. Or any other sources. And the definition of impaired or threatened, it can be based on tribal water quality standards if you have them, or state water quality standards, or kind of any more general tribal water quality goals. And then second, the assessment report needs to include an identification of the categories and subcategories of non-point source pollution that contribute to water quality problems for all the impaired water bodies. And so this involves kind of analyzing the water quality data that you have to then identify the sources of those impairments. And source categories can include things like forestry or agriculture, which can then be further broken down into subcategories like sediment from logging roads or kind of cropland versus pasture land. And then the third requirement is a description of how the tribe will identify the best management practices needed to control each category and subcategory of non-point source pollution. And so in the assessment report, you're not identifying specific BMPs from an implementation. That's kind of part of the management plan more. But the focus for the assessment report is on kind of identifying the process that will be used for choosing which management practices to use, kind of such as identifying who will participate in the decision-making process, the resources you'll use to identify BMPs, and you can kind of list BMPs associated with the different non-point source categories. And finally, the assessment report needs to have a description of any existing tribal, state, federal, or other programs that might be used for controlling non-point source pollution. So this includes kind of any current partners you may have, as well as any additional programs that could provide funding or technical support in the future when you're working to address non-point source pollution. And so those are the 4 things that the assessment report has to include. And they will be the focus of what EPA is looking for when we're reviewing the document. And then the tribal handbook includes the suggested format for the assessment report. So I'm going to go through a couple of these sections and kind of how they help to address the legislative requirements we just talked about. So one of the roles of the assessment report is basically to describe and analyze the existing water quality data you have and to be able to identifying the non-point source related water quality problems. So the first step is to describe the data collection activities and data sources you are using for the assessment report. So this can include data from the Tribal Water Quality Monitoring Program, 106 program, any state monitoring data, USGS stream flow gauges, any kind of habitat assessments or visual surveys of sites on tribal land. And for any field data collected, you should include in the assessment report information like the sampling locations, the sampling frequency, the parameters being measured, and kind of any other details about the data collection and analysis techniques. And a lot of this information you could probably find in your QUAP. So for example, you could include that the tribe has 3 monitoring sites that have been monitored monthly since 2015, and that the parameters collected included turbidity, temperature, total phosphorus, and nitrates. And then you can include if state has a monitoring site in your area, kind of the years and parameters for that monitoring, and kind of so on for all the different data sources. And so kind of at the end of this, anyone reading your assessment report should kind of understand what data are you using to analyze the non-point source impairments. And all of that data should be cited and verifiable. And then kind of in addition to the monitoring data, another type of information that is important for the assessment report is land use. The sources of pollution and the BMPs you're going to use will be very, very different in an area with a lot of agriculture versus an urban area versus a forested area. So for this section, you want to kind of generally describe the existing conditions on the tribal lands. So including like acreage, the land use types, topography, general geology, like the soil types, things like population density. And so the second requirement for the assessment report was identifying the categories and subcategories of non-point source pollution. So it's kind of useful if you can go into that subcategory level, that level of detail when you're describing land use. So for example, under the agriculture category, you could describe the acres of cropland and the types of crops, or the acres of cattle ranches. And so USDA has some great resources for that type of information. And USGS has a national land cover database if you need a place to start for getting numbers for the land use information. So this is an example from the Tribal Handbook of a map of the land use. And the categories for this map include the red built areas and roads, yellow for lawns, green for forest, and tan for the farmland. So really any kind of maps or images like this that you can provide to kind of help give a sense of the tribal land are always great. Like here you can see that there's a lot of farmland near this river, but there's also this pretty good forested area buffer. So that's something that you might not understand just if you're stating percentages of land area, but from this map you can kind of see little details like that. And so the methodology section was a description of all the sources of data that you're being used for your assessment report. Then you also want to talk about the results of all those monitoring and data collection activities. So this is where you can address that first requirement for the assessment report of identifying waters impaired by non-point source pollution. So you kind of summarize the data that was collected and analyze the data to identify the waters that are not meeting water quality standards. And again, you can kind of use tribal water quality standards or state water quality standards, just kind of you want to make sure to identify which standards you're basing the impairments on. And then kind of based on the results of the data collection, you can kind of identify any common impairments of tribal waters and kind of start to make a general assessment of the overall water quality conditions. So using a table is a great way to kind of present the water quality data summary. So here you can see that the table includes the name of the water body, the length of the water body, the pollutants causing impairment, and kind of the sources when possible. And then also the severity, which for severity you can kind of use, like if the water quality standard for E. coli is 126 colony forming units per 100 milliliters. So you might label a water body with 2000 CFU on average as more severely impaired than one with an average of 150, kind of even though they're both impaired, just kind of showing that one's maybe significantly more impaired, more higher sources. And then the second example is very similar to the first example with info about the water body, the length of the water body, the pollutants, and the sources. But then they also have this category for the monitoring frequency, which kind of helps provide context for the results. You can see that there are quite a few water bodies that have not been monitored. So then we don't know whether they're impaired or not, rather than just saying that there's no impairments. Kind of shows that maybe more information is needed. And then also in the body of the report, you could still talk about any suspected impairments based on your observations and kind of best professional judgment. And then you can also see that some of the sites have been monitored once. So we at least have some data, but there's maybe not as much certainty as the sites that have been monitored more frequently. And so the discussion, this is kind of the important analysis section of the assessment report. So the discussion should interpret the data collection results and kind of link the water quality impairments to the sources of non-point source pollution. So here's where you can kind of use the information from the land use section and kind of combine that with your water quality results to show that there's an area with high agricultural use contributing to nutrient impairment downstream of the area, or kind of runoff from forest roads contributing to a sediment impairment. So you're really showing the relationship between the non-point source pollution and the specific impaired water quality parameters. And so this analysis of the data will be the guide for how you can prioritize the places and the watersheds to work in and kind of the kinds of BMPs that you'll that will be needed to control the non-point source, the sources. So for example, in the St. Mary's Creek watershed, agricultural runoff has been identified as the category of pollution, with this subcategory of cattle grazing. And these bullet points include the key results from the data analysis. So in this example, the impacts of grazing include stream bank erosion, which is contributing to excess sediment. Also loss of riparian vegetation contributing to sediment and temperature problems. And then also contaminated runoff of manure contributing to pathogens. So from this, we know the impaired water body, the pollutant source category, and also kind of the relationship between the non-point source pollution and the water quality impairments. And then, so that the third required element for the assessment report is the selection of best management practices. So the purpose of this section is to identify the process of selecting BMPs on tribal lands. And so it should include the core participants and kind of their level of participation. This can include any tribal departments and positions that might oversee projects in BMP implementation. Or also agencies like USDA that may provide technical assistance. And then you also want to explain how the public will be involved in the selection of BMPs and how the selection of BMPs will be coordinated with other government agencies. And so different levels of participation could include involvement in education or demonstration projects, providing technical assistance or financial assistance. And they should also include if there are any specific programs available for assisting BMPs that either have been or will be contacted for assistance, kind of such as the USDA and RCS Conservation Stewardship Program or their Environmental Quality Incentives Program. And you should also describe any existing BMPs, kind of organize them by the categories of non-point source pollution, so kind of grouping all the agricultural BMPs you've used and all the BMPs that adjust stream bank erosion. And then finally, we want to describe the process of how selecting BMPs are expected to reduce pollution from the different categories and subcategories. So kind of in general, this selection of best management practice section should show kind of that there's good integration and coordination of the non-point source program with other programs. And you basically want to describe what programs and resources will be used to help identify and implement your non-point source management measures. And so that fourth requirement for the assessment report is to have a description of any existing tribal, state, federal, and other programs that might be used for controlling non-point source pollution. So for each category of pollution, so kind of agriculture, silviculture, urban, any other priority sources that were identified. For each of these categories, you want to identify all available programs for adjusting non-point source pollution. So kind of in addition to any tribal environmental programs, you could also include any tribal programs or departments that work with like agriculture or forestry. You also want to include programs by outside partners, like any statewide education programs, USDA and RCS programs, local conservation districts, and any existing work within the tribe or by outside partners to adjust non-point source pollution should be described. And you really want to look at the full scale of what programs already exist, and then kind of identify any gaps or additional needs that you may have. So those sections kind of address all of the assessment report requirement elements. Kind of at the end of the report is you have a chance to kind of summarize all the information from the results and discussion sections and really highlight the non-point source pollution categories that are the most detrimental to tribal waters and kind of any special concerns that will be targeted through the 319 program. kind of at the end of the report is also a good time where you kind of go back and summarize all the information for like introduction section and things like that. So that brings us to the end of the assessment report. So we'll go on to the second document needed for 319 eligibility, the non-point source management plan. So it's the full name is the non-point source management program plan, but I may call it just the management plan or the management program, but kind of any of those terms refer to the same document. And so the assessment report really leads into the management plan. And the goal of the management plan is to describe how the tribe will address the water quality impairments and threats that were identified in the assessment report. And so the management plan is really the foundation for a tribe's 319 program. And it outlines the strategy to bring non-point sources of pollution under control. And so it's a 5-year document that kind of identifies the goals and objectives of the non-point source program and describes how the tribe will address pollution problems. So the management plan is where you're identifying specific activities to be implemented and a schedule of annual milestones. And this implementation schedule is kind of can be the basis for your annual activities in your 319 grant work plan. So the required components for the management plan, these are based on Clean Water Act Section 319B. So these are the things EPA will be looking for to approve your management plan. So the first is identification of BMPs and other measures to reduce non-point source pollutant loadings by category and subcategory. So these are kind of the same categories and subcategories from the assessment report, and associating BMPs with the sources of non-point source pollution that they help control will help you with being able to identify which BMPs will be effective in the different watersheds based on the impairment causes that you identified in the assessment report. And so second is the identification of programs you will use to implement BMPs. So you want to identify all potential resources available, and this should include the programs, again, that were already identified in the assessment report. So third, the management plan must include a schedule containing annual milestones for the implementation of BMPs. So this should be a description of activities for each year. And each milestone should also have a time frame and kind of criteria to be able to measure the success for the milestone. And number 4 is certification from the Tribal Legal Council that the tribes provide adequate tribal authority to implement the program. So this information may already be addressed through kind of your TAS documentation. And so then number 5 is identification of all potential sources of federal and other financial assistance programs that might support your non-point source program. So again, you can kind of use the list of funding sources that was in your assessment report. You might also want to include information about any projects that affect tribal waters already being funded under other programs. The point of that is to kind of ensure that the work that you plan to do with your 319 program, that it's not conflicting or kind of duplicating any existing projects. The number 6 is the identification of local and private experts to be used in developing and implementing a management program. This can include people like range conservationists, fish and wildlife staff, hydrologists, agriculture experts. Partnerships are really important to the success of a non-point source program. And so it's really encouraged when possible that you involve any local organizations with expertise in the control of non-point source pollution. So then finally 7, that EPA highly encourages implementation of non-point source work on a watershed basis. So the next presentation after the break will go more into detail about the watershed approach and watershed planning. So the management plan should use a strategy of organizing activities based on watershed boundaries whenever possible. So a lot of this kind of is very similar to things already included in the assessment report. The main new thing is probably the milestones. But yeah, once you have the assessment report, you should already have a pretty good start on your management plan. So these are the required components for the management plan and what EPA will be looking for when reviewing the document. But like the assessment report, the tribal handbook has a suggested format for the management plan that you can use this format to address all the required elements. So the introduction section, the purpose of the introduction section is kind of to describe the goals and objectives of the management program. And so the introduction should include a summary of the data that was presented in the assessment report and kind of provide a description of the priority water bodies and non-point source problem areas. And you can also describe kind of what the geographic extent of your non-point source program will be, kind of whether there are certain water bodies that will be prioritized, either because of the severity of the impairment or because they're culturally significant. And also if there are any water bodies that will maybe be prioritized for protection if they're currently not impaired and you want them to stay that way. So then the purpose of this summary section is to include to provide kind of a general information regarding the structure of the non-point source program for your tribe. So this is where you can kind of identify the tribe's legal authority for implementation of a non-point source program, and also any tribal policies or ordinances that relate to control of non-point source pollution. And then you also want to describe the kind of position of the non-point source program within the tribal government. So like the organizational structure of where the program will fall, either like within the environment department or water quality department or whatever the name for it is in your tribe. And also the staffing structure of who will be involved in running the program. And then when describing how the program is organized, this is where you can also include how plans for coordination of other programs and organizations fit into the structure of the program. So if you have certain staff that will be responsible for reaching out to other programs and coordinating with them. So the management program description, this is really the meat of the management program plan, where you describe the scope, structure, and functions of the program, and also all of the work anticipated to be done under the program. So from the required components of the management plan, you want to make sure to include the identification of management measures based on category and subcategory of non-point source pollution, and also an implementation schedule and annual milestones. So the management plan should have specific actions for each year of the plan, which it should cover 5 years. And those proposed actions should relate back to the non-point source pollution problems that were identified in the assessment report. And then for each of those actions, you also want to discuss how success will be measured. And so a suggested way to format this section is to have subsections for each category of non-point source pollution, and then kind of describe the goals and management measures for each of these categories. So for each category, you would include general information about the pollution source and the resulting pollutants and water quality problems. You can include details about how the non-point source pollution category affects tribal land and waters. So for example, you could talk about if there's been increased urbanization in a certain area. Can we talk about how that has contributed to erosion and kind of loss of aquatic diversity? And kind of the same for any other pollution problems. And then for each category, you also then want to identify the long-term goals for restoration of the non-point source pollution problems, as well as the short-term goals of the specific management measures and outreach activities that are needed to achieve that long-term goal. So those short-term goals are what will be your milestones and implementation schedule. So for each pollution category, as much as possible, you want to identify the types of BMPs to be implemented, also the locations of critical areas where implementation of those BMPs is needed. Also the entity responsible for implementations, whether that's tribal staff or NRCS or a contractor. You also want to include any education outreach needs, as well as the funding needs and sources. And so finally, you want to describe how success will be measured, such as the number of BMPs installed or improvements in water quality. Those, again, will be becoming your measurable milestones. So this is an example of what the milestones could then look like for the 5-year planning. So in this example, in year 1, the tribe plans to have a demonstration project for grazing management practices. And then in year 2, they would use that demonstration project to work with more landowners to implement BMPs with a specific milestone of 4 BMPs. And they have the specific area where they want to implement those BMPs. And then that year 2 and the following years, they plan to do post-implementation monitoring to be able to document the impact that those BMPs had on water quality. And in the silviculture pollution category, they plan to do work stabilizing abandoned logging roads years 2 to 5. And this could probably be broken down even further, where maybe the first year you do an inventory of abandoned logging roads and kind of identify the roads that are eroding the most. And the following year, start working with the Forest Service to identify and implement management measures. And so for the milestones, you can use the information from your assessment report to prioritize projects and the specific and identify specific program objectives. So the annual milestones, they should be a measurable way to track progress towards your overall program goals. And so they can include implementation of management measures, like we see here, and monitoring. They can also include things like education and outreach activities. And really the more specific you can be here in your milestones and your implementation schedule, kind of the easier it will be to develop your yearly work plans, because you can just look at what did we plan to do this year, include that in your work plan, and you're on track. So together, the assessment report and management plan will help to show the effects of non-point source pollution on tribal waters, the causes of this pollution, and also the proposed solutions to address the impairments. So that really brings us to the end of developing the non-point source assessment report and management plan. A final requirement is, as part of the process of getting your documents approved, that you have to include a statement that public notice and an opportunity for public comment were provided. So public notice and comment should be extended to any non-tribal members living within reservation lands and possibly other outside entities, especially if the management plan proposes to implement practices that would affect any outside entities. So the minimum public comment period is 30 days, but that could be longer, kind of depending on your tribal communication structure, the size of the tribal land, and kind of whether or not outside notification will be given. And then if any comments are received, you should include the responses to those comments as part of these documents. And then the final steps are to submit the completed documents to your EPA project officer. And then your project officer will let you know if there are any revisions needed before they can be approved. And any requests for revisions, that they would be based on making sure that the documents meet all of those required elements that I mentioned at the start of each of these sections. And then just to cover updating the non-point source management plan really quick. So the expectation for the management plan is that it covers 4 years of activities and then that it should be updated in that 5th year. And so when you're updating the management plan, it's kind of an opportunity to reflect on the accomplishments of your management plan or of your non-point source program. And so your update can incorporate information about projects that were completed, any successes you had, but also any challenges that you maybe had in implementing the management plan. It should also reflect any changing tribal conditions. This can include any new pollution sources or any new partners that you're working with. And so the milestones and schedule of activities section, that's really a good starting point when updating the management plan. Your EPA project officer uses your progress towards those milestones every year in order to make a satisfactory progress determination, which is needed for kind of continued 319 grant eligibility. It's really making sure that your milestones are up to date should be the main priority when you're updating the management plan. Also, 319 funding can only be used for activities and management measures that are described in your management plan. So if you have any new types of management measures that you want to be able to use 319 funding for, you may need to update that section. Kind of in general, having an updated plan helps to make sure that your program is targeting efforts in the most important areas in order to be able to see water quality improvements. And then just one last thing is that the EPA headquarters program, they're currently working on a best practices guide for updating tribal non-point source programs. So that will provide some more guidance for those of you that do already have a non-point source program. So that will be coming soon, hopefully. So thank you all for listening. I just have 2 slides here at the end with some sample checklists for the assessment report and management plan. So as Karen has my PowerPoint, so she can hopefully share those and you can refer back to these. And we have some time if anyone has any questions. Brian wants to have something to add.
Rachel, let me say that was an excellent presentation. And I will also say, first of all, that the assessment report and management plan is very important, 2 very important documents in order for you to receive 319 grants funding. So you can consider these 2 documents as a stepping stone, which will be part of your TAS application that you must have approved by the EPA in order to receive any type of 319 base grant funding. So as she stated, it's kind of tedious. You got to go out there and do a lot of different things to get these 2 documents completed. And me and Rachel have worked together in the past on a few tribes already. So in the future, and I encourage everybody to apply for 319 grant, because again, non-point source issues in waters throughout the tribal community is a problem. So if you apply, these are 2 documents that you're going to have to make sure that are thoroughly executed. Are there any questions for Rachel?
I don't know if Brian had anything you want to add either.
No, I think you did a really good job covering everything. I guess I would say to reiterate what Rachel mentioned already, that the tribal handbook that she mentioned, that's really the major guide that we use to make sure that we are following the guidance when we're reviewing these things. So when in doubt, consult that handbook. That is what we're using. That's how we're structuring our reviews. So if you feel like you can answer all the questions and lay everything out the way that handbook is laid out, then you should be in pretty good shape. But always know that you can reach out to your project officer and your technical person, whether that be Rachel or myself. We're always available to help out. So if you have any questions at all, please reach out to us. We're happy to have that open dialogue and be transparent about what we're looking for. You're our partners, and our job is to help you get your programs running to the best of your abilities. So please, let's keep that dialogue open and don't hesitate to reach out.
All right. Thank you guys so much. Very good presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Brian. So now let's go ahead and take a break. And let's break to 10:15 and then come back. And then we'll have some more presentations after that. Thank you so much. Karen, are we ready to start?
Yes, Sam, I'm ready whenever you are.
Okay, great. So welcome back from the break, everyone. I hope it was a good one. So the next thing we want to talk about is basically protecting your water bodies, tribal water bodies from non-point source pollution, and how it really takes a community effort to do so. So our next session will be on how to build a 319 watershed plan. And fortunately, we have Rachel Renz and Dr. Brian Fontenot, who's going to give us a presentation on how to do that. Rachel, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, hello again, everyone.
I am turning it over to you.
Great. Okay. So yeah, for this presentation, so we'll be talking about how to use a watershed approach as part of a non-point source program. So we'll cover the watershed planning process as well as the watershed-based plan, which is kind of the end product developed as part of the planning process. So hopefully at the end of this presentation, you'll have an understanding of the watershed approach and also EPA's 9 elements of a watershed-based plan. So non-point source pollution is the result of runoff from rain or snow melt or irrigation water that kind of picks up and carries pollutants as it moves across the watershed and eventually deposits them into rivers, lakes, groundwater. And as you can see in this example of a watershed, the water quality at the bottom point of this river is affected by the activities throughout the watershed. So here we have a little urban residential area. We have some farms, some cropland, some forest. So all of these land uses have the potential to impact water quality in positive or negative ways. So kind of because there can be many different sources of pollutants in a single watershed, and because control of non-point source pollution often relies on voluntary implementation of management measures, addressing non-point source pollution can be challenging. So this is why having some sort of watershed planning process where you kind of look at the watershed holistically and kind of bring together partners to be able to target priority areas is important for being able to improve water quality. And so watershed planning is kind of a comprehensive approach to addressing non-point source pollution, and it combines the use of scientific data with kind of local knowledge and priorities in order to have kind of the most effective use of resources put towards improving water quality. And so when you have limited resources, using this watershed planning process and developing a watershed-based plan, it does take some kind of upfront investment of time and resources, but kind of in the long run, it'll help you to be successful in achieving those water quality goals. So watershed approach uses 6 planning steps that kind of describe the process of developing and implementing a watershed plan. So as you can see in this image of the steps, how it kind of forms a loop, this planning process is really meant to be iterative, where kind of as you gather information after you start implementation, you kind of periodically go back and kind of refine your plan to incorporate any lessons learned. And so we'll go through each of those planning steps in a second. But for those of you who were at the last presentation, some of those steps may seem kind of familiar from the assessment report and management plan. And so watershed planning uses a lot of information that you probably already gathered during the creation of those 2 documents, kind of such as information about existing kind of partners and resources, the identifying of sources of pollutants, and the BMPs to use. The main difference is kind of that watershed-based planning really focuses these planning efforts on a specific watershed. So developing a watershed plan, it's not a requirement for Tribal 319 programs. But even if you don't develop kind of a separate watershed plan document, you can still kind of use this watershed approach as part of your non-point source management plan in order to organize your activities and set your goals and milestones on a watershed basis. So watershed-based plans, they can be developed by a lot of different entities such as watershed groups, universities, local governments, nonprofits. And so tribal government, you can kind of choose to undertake the development of a watershed plan directly, or you can kind of work with in partnership with others who are developing a plan. So watersheds, they don't follow political boundaries, right? So there are probably a lot of areas where only part of a watershed that you want to work in is within tribal land. And so working with partners is really crucial for success. As you can tell by this, the first step of the watershed approach being to build partnerships. So as part of the planning process, you want to identify key stakeholders. This kind of includes all people or organizations that might need to help implement the plan, or who have knowledge about concerns in the watershed, or people who can contribute resources and assistance to planning efforts. And so you should consider different tribal programs that may need to be involved in the watershed planning, as well as kind of all levels of non-tribal government and any nonprofits or watershed groups that already work in the area. So you can kind of start identifying potential partners by kind of making a list of the expertise and resources that you need to be successful. And when reaching out to stakeholders, you also kind of want to think about what will keep them engaged in the process. So I've seen the organization Trout Unlimited be involved in watershed efforts, kind of because they kind of work in the stream restoration work from the perspective of protecting native fish populations, or city governments may care about flash flooding issues. So kind of identifying how watershed planning can be beneficial to these other stakeholders. And then these stakeholders can then help you identify critical issues in the watershed and kind of set some shared goals, and also develop indicators to measure progress towards those goals. And the start of this watershed planning process is also kind of when you can begin outreach and education activities to be connecting with those stakeholders and to kind of inform them about what the watershed planning process is. So step 2 is characterizing your watershed. And so this involves all of the watershed partners kind of gathering all the existing data and then creating a watershed inventory. And so you want to collect kind of as much relevant information on the watershed area as possible, which includes kind of like the physical and natural features, like topography, the climate, the soil types, also the land uses, the water body conditions, so kind of information about what the water quality standards are for the watershed, and any segments that are listed as impaired. And also any information you already have about pollutant sources and any water quality monitoring data. So then you can use this watershed inventory to kind of identify any data gaps. And so you may need to collect additional data if there are any major gaps in understanding watershed conditions. And you want to make sure that you have enough data to really be able to identify the causes and sources of pollution in the watershed. So you want to analyze all of this information in order to understand where and when water quality problems are occurring in the watershed. So the data analysis, kind of along with local knowledge of conditions in the watershed, will help you to characterize pollution sources by location and land use type. So kind of the outcome of the step in the data analysis is being able to identify the causes and sources of pollution impacting the watershed. Kind of overall, the characterization of the watershed will end up being kind of the basis for identifying the management strategies and the critical source areas for implementation. And then estimating pollutant loads. This step is kind of optional for tribes, but something to keep in mind if you're working with partners who want to be able to use state 319 funding. They may want to include this information. So estimating pollutant loads usually involves some type of modeling software. using the modeling you input your data and calculate an estimate of the quantities of pollutants coming from the different land uses. And step 3, so after you've characterized the problems in the watershed, it's kind of time to refine your goals and establish more detailed implementation targets. So as part of the first step of the process of building partnerships, you probably set some kind of general shared goals to guide the planning process. So you can now link those goals with the information about pollution sources. So kind of if an original goal was to reduce stream bank erosion, and then in step 2, if you learn that the main causes of erosion were cattle grazing and riparian areas, your refined objectives could be to limit cattle access to riparian areas and improve riparian vegetation. Then you also need indicators or targets to measure progress towards achieving your goals and objectives. So this can include environmental indicators such as water quality parameters, also programmatic indicators like the number of management measures being implemented, and then also social indicators like the number of participants at educational events. So again, low reductions are not required for tribal watershed plans, but you should have some sort of water quality based goal, such as meeting water quality standards or seeing improvements in biocriteria like either a macrovertebrate assessment or habitat assessments. So for the erosion example, you may have a water quality target of meeting the standard for turbidity, and then a programmatic indicator of installing BMPs along at least 1 mile of the stream bank. So once you have the goals you want to achieve, you also need to identify how you will achieve those goals. So when deciding which best management practices to use, you really need to consider management measures that will address the sources you've identified, as well as management measures that are kind of affordable and that are supported by the watershed stakeholders. So you may kind of start with a list of all potential management measures and narrow it down based on the low reduction efficiencies and kind of a cost benefit analysis to select the final management strategies that will be prioritized. Okay, so step 4. So kind of at this point, you'll have reached out to stakeholders and identified watershed goals and the sources of pollutants and also the types of management practices to use. So now it's kind of time to put all that together into a watershed-based plan. And so most of these bullet points correspond to kind of the 9 elements of the watershed-based plan. So we'll go more into detail on each of those in a little bit. But kind of in general, when designing the watershed plan, it should include a implementation schedule with a timeline of the tasks and milestones to be completed in order to achieve the goals and objectives from step 3. And you also want to make sure to include things like a monitoring component to be able to track progress towards your goals, and also an education outreach component to continue stakeholder participation and adoption of management practices. And then finally, you want to identify the technical and financial resources that will be needed to implement the watershed plan. And when possible, you also want to identify who will be responsible for providing the assistance that you identified as needing. So step 5. So the watershed planning process, it is mainly focused kind of on the development of the watershed plan, but that's really just kind of the starting point for working to improve water quality. You can have a perfectly written plan, but if it's not implemented, you're not going to see any results. So the BMPs you selected, the milestones you set, the resources you identified, and the education outreach program developed during the planning process, those are all your roadmap for implementation. So you can take those tasks identified in the watershed plan and kind of incorporate them into your annual work plan activities, whether that's your base 319 funding, applying for competitive 319 funding, or kind of any other funding sources. And then So kind of the last step of the watershed approach is to measure progress and make adjustments. So as part of the watershed plan, you developed milestones to track progress. And so you should kind of periodically take time to evaluate the actual implementation results, compare them to your milestones. So you can kind of review what management measures have been implemented, the results of your education and outreach efforts, and any new monitoring data to see if you're on track to meet your goals. And if not, you may need to make adjustments to the plan. You may find that realistically you can't implement as many BMPs each year as you originally planned. Or you may have new data that leads you to adjust the priority areas. So this kind of adaptive management is expected and encouraged kind of as you continue implementing and learning more about the watershed. And then you also want to use this kind of evaluation time to report back to the watershed stakeholders about success and to continue building support for the implementation progress. Having regular stakeholder meetings throughout implementation of the plan can kind of provide an opportunity to share the results of the projects and kind of keep the community engaged. So those steps cover the process of developing and implementing a watershed plan. So now we'll go into more into detail on the contents of the watershed plan itself. And so EPA developed the 9 elements for a watershed-based plan based on experiences of what makes a watershed plan successful. And so 9 element plans, these are considered the most effective because they kind of contain a good balance of scientific input, public outreach, and long-term monitoring. So these are the 9 elements that EPA has identified as being critical for achieving water quality improvements. So these are the elements you include in the watershed plan developed during step 4 of the planning process. And there is a slight difference between the requirements for states and tribes. For element B, estimating pollutant loading, you can either estimate the pollutant loads and expected load reductions, or you can base the plan on other water quality goals. But it's recommended to use the load reduction information when possible. So we'll start with element A. So this is the identification of causes and sources of pollution that need to be controlled to meet watershed goals. And so sources should be identified at the subcategory level with estimates of the extent to which they're present in the watershed. So this is information that you are working towards during the characterize the watershed step of the planning process. And you also probably have information on subcategories of pollution from your 9-point source assessment report. So element A is really the foundation for the rest of the plan. So it's important to have good data that you're using here. And the step of identifying causes and sources helps to provide confidence that the projects and resources are targeted in a way that will improve water quality. So identifying subwatershed areas and kind of identifying sources at the subwatershed level is one way to kind of start mapping out source areas here for element A. So kind of as a way to start identifying relationships between the causes and sources of pollution and the impacts seen in the watershed, you can use kind of a conceptual model. You can start determining the link between the water quality impairments you're seeing. So in this example, a biota impairment is what the water quality data is telling you have. And then you can use the information based on kind of the land use and visual surveys about potential sources. So a potential source is a row crop land, contributing sediment, contribute to siltation, which is impairing the biota. So really seeing that linkage between your sources and the water quality impairment. So this is an example of the identification of sources in a of bacteria in a watershed. So this table includes the categories and subcategories of pollution, along with kind of an estimate of the presence of each subcategory in the watershed. So for this watershed, they have estimates of the numbers of different types of livestock, wildlife, and pets. And they also have information about the number of people with septic systems, which could then be combined kind of with data about the rate of septic system failure in the area to determine the contribution of bacteria from human sources as well as from the animal sources. Element B is an estimate of the load reductions expected from the management measures. And so estimates should be provided at the same subcategory level as in element A. So there's a lot of different models that are available to estimate pollutant loadings coming from different sources. And the models also usually estimate the load reductions expected from different management measures. But if you choose not to go the route of estimating or quantifying pollutant loads, you would instead produce an estimate of your water quality based goals. So this could include things like reducing the amount of sediment in a portion of a water body or seeing improvement in stream health as measured by things like fish counts or habitat assessments. And so in element A, you identified the sources to be controlled, and then element B kind of involves setting goals and showing how you will achieve those goals through adjusting the identified sources. So you need to state what you want to achieve. It's either the load reductions or the water quality goal, and then how you will achieve that goal through BMPs. So this example is from the Fort Cobb watershed in Oklahoma. And so they had identified a need of a 70% reduction in the amount of phosphorus entering the watershed in order to be able to meet the water quality standards. So they used the SWAT model, which gave them a couple different management practice scenarios that could be used to reach that load reduction goal. And so in option 1, to reach their goal, they would need to implement no-till practice on 60% of cropland and riparian buffer in 75% of the watershed, as well as all these other things. Or in option 2, if they're able to develop nutrient management plans for 90% producers instead of 70% in option 1, that would allow them to have lower adoption rates of the no-till and riparian buffer, but still meet their load reduction goal. So kind of which BMP option you choose will kind of depend on the priorities of your watershed stakeholders. And like for this example, they probably won't end up following either of these options exactly, but kind of gives you an idea of where to start for prioritizing implementation and kind of the level of resources you're going to need. That leads us nicely into element C, which is where you kind of further describe the non-point source management measures that will be implemented. And you also describe the critical areas where implementation of those measures is needed. And so a description of the management measures, it should describe how they will adjust the sources of pollution that have been identified. So if one of your BMPs is exclosure fencing, you should include that the fencing will address the bacteria source of livestock going into the creek. And then this description of management measures in critical areas should be detailed enough to guide implementation activities throughout the watershed. So kind of after elements A, B, and C, you should know what management measures are needed and where to put them. I have a couple examples for this one. So this is from the Fort Cobb watershed plan again. So the SWAT model was used to predict the level of phosphorus loading from each of the sub-watersheds. So this darker color are areas where there's kind of a disproportionately large amount of phosphorus coming from those areas. And so those could be areas where you prioritize implementation of your management measures. And then this is another example. This is a stretch of the Willow Creek in New Mexico. So they had a contractor that used kind of visual surveys of the watershed and measurements of bank erosion. And then they provided a map of potential locations for BMPs based on that information. So here you can see the green is where they've suggested willow plantings are needed. So that might be where they saw that there was a lack of riparian vegetation. The little red lines are where log veins are suggested, so that might be where there was some bank erosion that needs to be addressed. And then just one final example for identifying critical source areas. So this image shows kind of an overlay approach for identifying the areas. So it combines the stream, a map of the water bodies in layer A here, and then layer B shows areas where monitoring efforts identifying cut stream banks here and high sediment levels in the water here. And then C shows the road network in the watershed. And then D shows activities and sources of interest that were identified by a survey of watershed residents. So those arrows are the different activities identified. And then so combining those layers, you can kind of start to identify pollutant pathways where stormwater flows from this large parking lot might be contributing to the stream bank erosion in this area. Or the new construction or erosive cropland could be contributing to the high sediment levels measured down here. And so element D, for the watershed plan, you should include an estimate of the financial and technical assistance needed to implement the plan. So this includes the implementation and operation and maintenance of management measures, any education outreach activities, the monitoring and evaluation activities, and also kind of any administrative support needed. So other things to include for this element are kind of the sources of the funding that you'll use, and also description of the anticipated involvement of these groups that will be providing technical assistance. So for example, you might identify NRCS as having programs with potential funding sources, and also as being a source of technical assistance for working with landowners. So element E, so as part of the watershed plan, you want to include an information and education component, kind of with the goal of enhancing public understanding and encouraging continued participation in selecting and designing and implementing the non-point source management measures. So the watershed plan should identify the relevant stakeholders and kind of describe their engagement in the development of the plan, and then also how they will continue to participate in the implementation of the plan. So you want to identify education components that will be implemented as part of the watershed plan, and that will help promote the adoption and maintenance of management practices. And kind of just like how building partnerships was an important component to the start of the planning process, kind of continuing to engage with the community, that'll be continue to be important throughout implementation. Solutions to non-point source problems are usually voluntary practices, and so kind of educating the community about water quality impairments and what they can do to help is important for success. And then the watershed plan should have a schedule for implementing the non-point source management measures identified in the plan. So this is the implementation schedule component of the plan, where you kind of take your goals, like the load reductions or the water quality goals from element B, and then the management measures and outreach activities from elements C and E, and kind of set a timeline for how these activities will be implemented. A good place to start is kind of conducting baseline monitoring and outreach. Those are things that can have start right away as you work towards obtaining funding for other implementation. And then as part of the implementation schedule, you should also include interim milestones to be able to measure the progress of implementation. And so in this example over here, the long-term goal for the water body is to be able to meet the fecal coliform water quality standard. And so this is then broken down into a short-term goal of implementing rotational grazing practices on 1,000 acres, and also installing 5,000 feet of fencing within 2 years. And then the midterm goal of revegetating along 3,600 feet of the creek. So those numbers for BMP implementation those are kind of a measurable way to see if you're on track with the implementation schedule. And then element H, the watershed plan should include a set of criteria that can be used to determine whether loading reductions are being achieved over time, and if progress is being made towards attaining water quality standards. So where element G kind of focused on milestones to measure implementation of management measures, this element is kind of focused on having a way to measure progress towards the load reduction goal or water quality goal. So criteria can include if implementation timelines are being met, or if the water quality standard or other surrogate measure are being met. So this is where the adaptive management and measurement progress portion of the planning process comes in. Kind of along with the criteria, you should also describe how you'll determine whether the watershed plan needs to be revised if your targets are not met. So making revisions could include changing the management practices you're using, or kind of updating or reevaluating your critical source areas, and also kind of reassessing maybe the time it takes for pollutant concentrations to respond to the management measures. Kind of maybe the delay is longer than you initially thought. So this example kind of covers elements F, G, and H. So we have different management strategies, the schedule for the strategies, and then the interim milestones and criteria. And then element I, so G is the last element. So the watershed plan should include a monitoring component to kind of support evaluation of the criteria from element H. The monitoring plan, it will really depend on what milestones you're wanting to track. And you definitely want to have a water quality monitoring component, since seeing improvements in water quality is kind of the ultimate goal of the non-point source program. So if you have a monitoring site within the watershed-based plan area, that's part of your tribe's general monitoring program, you can kind of include a description of that site. And so in addition to water quality monitoring, you might want to include things like ecological monitoring to such as comparing the number of native versus invasive species over time, or kind of the percent of vegetative cover in the riparian areas, if those are kind of things, milestones you're wanting to track. And then as part of the monitoring component, you may also include things that were identified as data gaps at the beginning of the watershed planning process, kind of how use your monitoring program to address those gaps. So this is just an example that kind of includes a lot of the different elements. So we have the pollutant source of feral hogs, the critical source areas of the riparian areas and travel corridors, then the goals and milestones. You want to reduce the total number of hogs by 10%. And then the sources of technical assistance, all these different participants in implementation, the management measures that will be used, the timeframes for each management measure, and then an estimate of the funding needs for each management measure. So non-point source pollution, it can be a complex issue that kind of due to kind of the costs to address it, and also kind of the reliance on voluntary actions by landowners. So watershed-based plan, it helps to provide kind of a clear purpose that brings your stakeholders together, and also a roadmap to help keep implementation on track. So approaching non-point source pollution problems in a watershed framework helps communities to evaluate and prioritize problems affecting water resources, and it connects the community's decision-making to data collection and analysis. So kind of recording these decisions into a watershed-based plan kind of helps to increase the probability that the problems will be addressed, and it helps provide accountability by having kind of a clear schedule and measurable milestones. So hopefully this kind of gives you some insight into how the watershed planning process works, and kind of the types of information that need to be included in a 9-element watershed-based plan. hopefully it's also kind of given you a chance to think about how watershed planning and working on a watershed basis can benefit your non-point source program. So that's if you're ready to start working on a watershed-based plan, or if you want to incorporate this planning process into your non-point source management plan to be working on a watershed basis. I know watershed-based plans, it can maybe seem a little bit overwhelming. There's a lot of elements, but it's not that different from kind of the information you put together for your assessment report and management plan, with kind of the identifying sources, the BMPs, setting milestones, all of that. And so these are the slides, just kind of some resources that can help you with watershed planning. So this first one is the EPA's Watershed Planning Handbook. It's really extensive, goes into each element, each step of the process. And then the second one is kind of a quick guide that is kind of a shortened version of that full watershed handbook, if you're not ready to get into all the details yet. And then the tribal handbook also has some information about watershed planning starting on page 100. And then this last one is just a resource for helping with the critical source area identification and BMP selection part of the planning process. And so that's the end of my slides if anyone has any questions.
Sam, you're muted.
I'm sorry. So Rachel, as we know, New Mexico is broken down by reservations, and also Oklahoma is broken down into parcels. Basically, they are broken down into checkerboard patterns. So that be the case, there's a question for you here, and that is from Monty. I hope I say your last name correctly, Scammahorn. And his question is, since most Oklahoma tribes have to operate without reservations, how do we set realistic goals for the whole watershed, the vast majority of which is not connected to the tribe?
Yeah, that's where kind of that building partnership step is really important, and connecting with the people who work in the non-tribal areas. And it may be that the tribe isn't the like main author of a watershed plan, but if you kind of show you have interest in working in that area and that you're willing to help out and support watershed planning efforts, if a local conservation district or something wants to do a watershed plan, yeah, that's really where working with stakeholders to, yeah, just you setting goals for your own portion isn't necessarily gonna work if sources are outside of your tribal land. That's where you really have to work with those partners. And kind of the scale that you set your watershed plan, kind of EPA kind of recommends working at a Huck 12 scale for planning, but kind of you want to work at a scale where you're making sure to include all potential sources, but that's kind of still manageable in terms of the number of partners and stuff like that.
So you would say the community, you would say the community relationship is even more important based upon those circumstances.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'd add a little bit to that. What Rachel said exactly is perfectly right. This is all just going to be multiple stakeholders involved in getting these watersheds right, and you only have control of your own lands. So as she mentioned, if you've got water sources from upstream that you can't control, it's not going to do you much good to have a watershed plan with all these great BMPs in place and all this wonderful planning, and then someone upstream is just constantly polluting your water. So that's where we recommend that you make sure that you look at stakeholders in that watershed on a watershed basis. If we can get folks to work together this way, the watershed plan will take care of those political boundaries. It'll unite folks, and we'll get things working together get everybody on the same page, so to speak. Now, I don't want you to think I'm saying this is easy, right? This is one of the most difficult challenges. Super tough to get folks all on the same page. Every stakeholder has various interests, and we want to make sure that tribal folks know that we are aware that they don't always have control over everything going on and coming into their watersheds. One thing we're doing at the national level is we're looking at how to increase equity in the non-point source program, and part of that is going to be working with our state partners to get them to consider including more considerations for their tribal neighbors. So, if a state program is looking at a watershed-based plan, we're going to subtly encourage them, hey, make sure that you include your tribal neighbors in these plans, and make sure that these watershed-based plans include everybody who's got a stake in that watershed. So we don't want this to be solely on the tribe's shoulders, that they have to go out there and rustle up all these people together. We want to have EPA and the state partners play a role in that as well. But we recognize it's really difficult whenever you've only got control of your own land. And so that's just the whole point of all this stuff, is to get everybody on the same page. Outreach, education, stakeholders are incredibly crucial.
Okay, great. I have a couple of other questions also. So the second question is there any other modeling software the EPA would recommend using to calculate the nutrient sediment load reductions other than STEP-L?
Yeah, STEP-L is kind of one of the easier ones to use. Kind of has lower data requirements for input, but yeah, there's tons of models out there. I'll put a link in the chat for a resource where that kind of walks through a bunch of different models.
Okay, great.
Find that.
And then this question is from Pueblo Visleta, R. Montoya. And he's asking, and he apologizes if he's repeating a question or point, but he says he understands the Clean Water Act allows tribes to work on both sides of a river. Part of the Rio Puerco is a common boundary with Pueblo of Laguna and non-tribal ownership downstream. I guess his question is, can two tribes work together on both sides of one water body, river, to accomplish a watershed?
Yeah, if an area, even if it's not within the tribal area, but if it affects tribal waters, I think you're definitely able to do work there.
Yeah, there's no such thing as too many stakeholders in a watershed-based plan. These plans are designed to be living documents that are there for the users and the folks that live in those watersheds to get their water quality improved. So if you can reach an accord with any non-tribal or tribal folks that are sharing that watershed with you, make sure that you get everybody on the same page, and you can start putting in work. And these watershed-based plans, well, we do have these 9 elements that we prescribe. At the end of the day, these plans are for the folks that live in those watersheds. So we want to make sure that you understand when we're reviewing these, we have sort of a set of technical guidance that we're going through. They need to kind of hit some marks, but anything above and beyond that is up to you guys. And so whoever is in that watershed, make sure that you're writing this plan for you and your stakeholders and the landowners in that watershed. And we'll be flexible, and we'll work with you. If you have questions, we will review these watershed plans. And if they don't quite meet our guidance, we're going to work with you folks. Everybody who's working on these, we're going to work with you to get those into shape, get them where we need to be and where you need them to be as well. That's the end goal that we're looking for.
Great. And I also see, Josh, that Brant has answered your question when it comes to STEP-L. He states that you can also use Russell, SWAT, and Sparrow. They're also good models to use too.
And Rachel provided a link to even more. There's a ton of models.
Great, great. Any further questions for Rachel and Brian? All right, no further questions, seems like. So guys, thanks a lot. Very good presentation again. And we really appreciate your support. And thank you so much. So next up, we're going to be talking about equity for tribes. And we all know, as we sit here, tribes have a few issues when it comes to support for them versus their state counterparts. They feel like, you know, I guess they're under supported. So our headquarters coordinators, Steve Epting, who's the headquarters non-point source coordinator, and also Betsy Wright, who is a regional non-point source coordinator, has been having ongoing discussions with some tribal regions and trying to solve some of those problems that they seem to have. And so they've been talking about equity and how they can actually improve on some of those issues. So Steve and Betsy, I'm turning it over to you. Thank you.
Great. Sam, and before you leave too soon, can I just do a quick check? Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you well.
Okay, great. And then let me just pull up my slides here and I'll use you as a spot check to see if they're showing up okay.
I see your slides, Steve.
All right, perfect. Thanks, Sam. Okay, great. Well, thanks. Thanks for having us. I was able to listen to a couple of the sessions this morning. It sounds like it's been a great workshop and really well attended. So, so thanks for including us. As Sam said, I am the National Tribal 319 Coordinator working at EPA headquarters, and we wanted to use this time together to give you an update on, as Sam said, the work underway in the non-point source program to advance equity amongst all grantees, and then we wanted to share some of the themes that we've been hearing in a series of listening sessions that we've been holding for 319 grantees. And we've been holding a series of these. The last one is today. We've had listening sessions that we've opened up to all 319 grantees, states, territories, and tribes. And then we've held a separate series of tribal specific listening sessions that hopefully a number of you were able to attend. And the goals of these listening sessions has really been to understand the challenges facing tribal non-point source programs, and then help us in the non-point source program at EPA identify potential actions that we could take to help address those challenges. So we're going to spend a little bit of time kind of sharing with you what we've heard in those listening sessions, and then want to give you all a chance to reflect and share your thoughts on what you agree with, what you might not agree with in what we heard in those sessions, and anything else that we're missing in terms of what you're not seeing reflected that we should be keeping in mind through this work. So I'm going to do the first part of this presentation just to give some context for this work, and then pass it over to Betsy Wright, who's our EPA Region 1 Tribal Non-Point Source Liaison, to share some of those themes that we've been hearing in our Tribal 319 equity listening sessions. And that covers kind of our time today, what I just walked through. We'll just wrap up lastly by highlighting a couple upcoming engagement opportunities in case you haven't been able to participate so far. Just to talk a bit about kind of what's driving this equity work in the program. The first is hopefully most or all of you have seen this National Non-Point Source Program policy memo that was issued this past September. And it was specifically issued to state and territory non-point source programs, but there are a couple important mentions of tribal programs that I'll give you a sense of. But generally what this policy memo did is a few important things. The first is it acknowledged the role of the Section 319 grant program in benefiting communities across the country. So really acknowledging that we are a large grant program. We give state grants to every state, currently 210 tribal nations. And for that reason, we are present in communities and have a vested interest in asking the question of who's benefiting from these dollars and from these resources. The second thing that the memo did is it encouraged states to begin taking actions, and this is state non-point source programs this year in 2022, to really evaluate their own targeting of state 319 resources and consider how to better build in equity to where those investments are going across the state. One of the suggested actions that we included in the memo is for any states that may have policies on the books that would prevent tribes from being eligible for state 319 funding, for example, for watershed projects, that states reconsider and change those policies, because we've heard that it is a barrier for some tribes. If they are currently receiving a 319 grant from EPA, for example, their state might say that they're not also eligible for pass-through funding from the state. The third thing that this memo did is kind of outlined an engagement strategy in the coming year where we want to have a national dialogue about equity in the program and really help inform potential program reforms to help advance environmental justice in the program and really consider equity across the program. And so one of the commitments that we put in the memo is to explore opportunities to increase 319 funding for tribes. The other driver for this equity work is the Justice 40 initiative, which is a Biden-Harris administration federal government-wide effort that's really aimed at increasing the benefits of federal programs across the government to disadvantaged communities. And the draft guidance from the White House currently gives a kind of a working, somewhat flexible definition of what they mean by disadvantaged community. And it basically encourages, or rather directs federal agencies to look at socioeconomic indicators of communities, and they give some examples of what those might be. And then in this guidance, the White House also directs agencies to consider geographic areas within tribal jurisdictions as part of kind of target communities for equity work. So we think this is an important acknowledgement that tribes and nations have been historically underserved, and so are important stakeholders in this work. One of the things that we've been doing in these listening sessions the last few weeks is laying out a couple of guiding principles for how we engage tribal partners in this discussion. And kind of picking up where that last slide left off is we recognize that there is guidance from the White House saying that tribal jurisdiction should be included in that working definition of a disadvantaged community. But we also appreciate and respect that in general, tribal nations and communities speak for themselves, and for that reason to determine what they think is or is not an environmental justice issue. So, so just as an example, some tribal nations may instead choose to frame this conversation as one that really centers on treaty rights or the federal trust responsibility. And then the second guiding principle that we've been putting out there is that there are a number of tribal policies on the books at EPA that talk about this subject of tribal engagement and then even more specifically environmental justice. So we are kind of consistent with these policies, planning a tribal consultation this spring. That would be another opportunity for tribal governments to provide input on challenges facing tribal non-point source programs and potential EPA actions. And then consistent with the 2014 Tribal Environmental Justice Policy, we're also looking for opportunities to talk with indigenous peoples and communities that may not be associated with a federally recognized tribe to get their input on non-point source work generally and the role that the National Non-Point Source Program plays in supporting those communities. And I'll just invite any additional thoughts or inputs on kind of how we're framing this conversation, if folks want to put anything in the chat here today. So this kind of gives a quick snapshot of the engagement that we have underway this year. Every quarter, we are convening and inviting all 319 grantees to have a participate in a call with the National Non-Point Source Program folks at EPA. We had a kickoff call on December 9th. We have an upcoming call early next month, March 10th, and I'll make sure that that event registration link gets out to everybody here. And these are calls that are really a chance for EPA to give an update to states, territories, and tribes on equity work that's underway, get input from folks. Where we are in this yellow box is kind of where we are the last few weeks, which is having a series of listening sessions to get input on challenges facing tribes, state perspectives on how to increase equity in their own work. And then that will lead us into this spring where we'll be convening some work groups made up of EPA, state and tribal representatives from 319 programs to look at that input that we've been hearing and then prepare some options for EPA in terms of changes to make in the 319 program to address those challenges that we're hearing or ways to increase equity in the programs. Before I turn it off to Bessie to kind of share what we've heard in some of these sessions, I wanted to just give folks a little bit of context for where the Tribal Non-Point Source Program is today. So there, as I mentioned before, there are currently 210 federally recognized tribes eligible under 319. I think we have a mix of folks today from Region 6 tribes that may have 319 eligibility or might just have a 106 program at this point. The current tribal set-aside has averaged about $8.5 million a year in recent years, and that funding is allocated to eligible tribes in two parts. There's the base grants that primarily support staff-led activities to run the non-point source programs, and then competitive grants for larger amounts of funding up to $100,000 for on-the-ground BMP work. So some of our questions, and Bessie will share this, invites tribes to give input on how we're currently allocating the funding and whether we should consider some changes. And then the other thing I'll just say here is that we are a growing program. There are on average 4 new tribes becoming eligible for 319 grants each year, and so at a static funding level and the tribal set aside, that obviously presents challenges in terms of the same amount of money being spread further a little bit more each year. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Bessie Wright, and she's going to share some themes that we've been hearing in these listening sessions, and then we'll invite your input after that.
You can hear me? Hello?
I think you need to turn your volume up a little bit, Bessie. We can barely hear you.
You hear me a little bit better now?
A little bit, but you're still soft.
Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna keep my speaker off because I need to get my face very close to the mic, apparently. I mean my video off. Is this at all better?
Yeah, it's a little bit better for me. I guess I would just say if folks are having trouble hearing Bessie, just let us know in the chat, and then I can take over Bessie if folks are having trouble.
We can make out what you're saying, Bessie, but it's just real soft, like Steve said. But we can make out what you're actually saying. So
Everyone might turn up their volume on their devices, and that might help too.
Hello?
Bessie, I can send you the number to call in if that would help also. I'll put it in the chat box.
I'll give Bessie just another minute. If we're still having trouble connecting her, I'll take things from here. But just give her a minute or so.
Okay.
Bessie, I just put the call-in number in the chat box.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have Bessie yet?
Not yet, Steve.
Okay, Sam, I'm just going to go ahead and get started just in the interest of time, and then Bessie can pick up if she rejoins us.
That sounds good.
Okay. So again, our goal here is really just to kind of share with you what we've been hearing in the listening sessions that some of you may have participated in the last few weeks. And the first question here we've been posing to folks is, hello?
Hello, this is Bessie.
Okay, great. Bessie, go ahead, take it over.
I'm so sorry, guys. We didn't think to check this beforehand. So we asked 5 questions at our listening session. I am hearing myself. And
yeah, Bessie, just make sure your computer is muted then.
Oh, that's right. Sorry about that. Thank you. Okay, so we asked 5 questions in the listening sessions, and we kind of these slides kind of go over what the themes were that we've heard so far and have been able to put into these slides. And so question 1 had the most feedback, so we're going to go over 2 slides worth of themes related to question 1, and then we'll move through. And so question 1 was, what are the main challenges you face in working to manage NPS pollution and potential impacts to human health? And obviously, the number one form of feedback we received was that the current base funding is not adequately meeting the needs of tribal NPS programs, and it's making it's having a lot of impacts on the ability to run those programs, including the ability to recruit and train and retain staff, and the expenses of the program are not commensurate with the funding levels. Funding levels have not increased due to inflation or any other cost of living situations. It's a barrier to attaining full tribal sovereignty, becoming dependent on contractors to complete NPS work. Limited funding is a constraint on program growth. And tribes become reliant on other EPA grants to do the NPS work, including GAP 106 and MPG. Another theme was developing effective watershed-based approaches to manage NPS pollution, working with neighboring jurisdictions under difficult regulatory and policy frameworks because of the patchwork nature of land ownership that tribes often deal with, both in small and large reservations, addressing off-reservation NPS pollution sources, and separately working with different EPA programs, groundwater versus surface water. And I will let the slide go to the next one. Some other input related to this question included difficulties with planning and implementing NPS projects there's a lot of competing demands from tribal staff. The permit requirements, finding contractors to assist with project design and construction, getting community buy-in, addressing issues like vandalism. And then there's often the piecemeal approach to NPS management, dividing implementation projects into multiple phases because the competitive award is not large enough to pay for the whole project, or some of that competitive funding has to go towards salary instead of the implementation of the project because there's not enough base funding, and maintaining completed work between implementation projects, such as with invasive plants or other operation and maintenance related activities from other BMPs. For example, cleaning out catch basins. Our next question is on the next slide. And the next question that we asked was, should the EPA consider changes in how the base 319 grants are currently allocated to eligible tribes? And this is not a question about adding funds, because we do know that that's a need, but changing how funds are allocated. So currently the funds are allocated by land base. There's two categories: under 50,000 square acres and over 50,000 square acres. And again, the theme was we definitely still need to increase that base funding. We need to be able to support at least half an FTE, but ideally a full FTE. And the range of what that would cost has been varied across the nation as expected. And we're happy to hear what that range is for Region 6, if that is something that you guys could provide us. We need more staff time to pursue other funding, including infrastructure funding that's coming out right now in abundance with a lot of tribal set-asides, but maybe not enough capacity within the tribes to actually take advantage of all that funding that's available. If there's going to be changes to the allocation formula, we've heard from all tribes and nations that they don't want to see a decrease in the funding that's going to tribes currently. And there has been some interest in removing the competitive portion of the funds to award all of that competitive portion as part of the base program. There's about 2.7 million in competitive funding on an annual average. If that was converted to base funding, that would mean that and it was all distributed equally, that would mean that each tribe and nation would receive roughly an additional $13,000 in their base funding. However, there is still the addition of about an average of 4 new tribes per year that would also receive that base funding, and so the allocation would continue to be spread across more and more tribes as we go into the future. There was a lot of interest in not making any changes unless there's an increase in the overall tribal set-aside, and interest in considering additional factors to the base allocation formula, including surface water area, groundwater recharge area, the NPS pollution loads that the tribe is facing, population, land use, additional land-based tiers. There's an interest to have a single base amount for all tribes that is a bit of a floor to the level of funding that all tribes would receive, and an option to award based on EPA's review of the proposed work plan. Next slide. So question 3 talked about the competitive award. Should EPA consider changes to the tribal competitive 319 grants? And we got a mix of perspectives. Some wanted to keep the competitive portion just the way it was. Others wanted it removed to increase base funding levels, just like we talked about in last slide. Some wanted to increase the competitive project cap. It's currently $100,000, although many of you will recall that prior to 2015, the cap was $150,000, I think, although my memory seems to say 120. I can be wrong. And it's very difficult, and that's because it's very difficult to complete the BMP work at $100,000, especially given that the cost of implementation is not getting cheaper as time goes by. Or another option would be to consider following the Wetland Program Development Grant model of providing a competition every 2 years and incrementally funding larger projects by using 2 years worth of funding to do that. So instead of 2.7 million per year, we'd have 5.4 million or some, yeah, 5.4 million in a pot per year. There was a desire to provide greater flexibility to use competitive grants for NPS planning work instead of requiring implementation as part of the competitive grant application, and option to change the competition so that at least one tribe in each EPA region receives an award each year. There's also interest in revising, in revising scoring criteria. It can be difficult for Southwest tribes dealing with water quantity issues to score well on the water quality criteria. The next slide, please. Our next question was, what EPA program requirements feel confusing, unclear, duplicative, or onerous? And this question was specifically developed, and I don't know that, and I developed this question, I will be upfront. I developed this question because I knew that the big need was more funding, but I was trying to think about what other ways might EPA be able to help reduce the burden that exists for administering 319. In what ways can we create more ease and efficiency in how the reporting requirements and other administrative duties are designed so that tribes and nations can have an easier time of meeting everybody's needs, especially because 319 is not the only program that has reporting requirements. There's GAP, there's 106, there's other EPA programs that you might be involved with, including Superfund and Brownfields. There's the BIA, and if you work with them, having a requirement for an integrated resources management plan. NRCS has a resource management plan for if you ever partner with them. And so this was about creating ease, and we maybe did not get as much feedback on this as we originally hoped, so definitely hoping that you could provide some more feedback on that. But this is what we did receive, and that NPS management plans are challenging to keep the plan up to date while keeping it flexible enough to account for future program changes. In watershed planning, some participants were unclear on when a watershed plan was required. And that we need, and also there's a reality that we need willing partners in the watershed to collaborate with the tribe, especially to address NPS problems off tribal lands. And finally, people also identified quality assurance project plans as being a particular difficulty. Can EPA provide CWOP templates that can be tailored to tribes? Are there opportunities for merging CWOPs? Do we have to have a water quality CWOP and an NPS CWOP? And these are definitely things that we can talk about. So our last question was, how can EPA better support tribes in building partnerships and securing assistance beyond 319 grants to address NPS pollution? We had a lot of input here too. And obviously the first one was increased base funding to provide tribes more staff time to be able to pursue those outside partnerships and assistance. Provide flexibilities in meeting 319 match requirements, provide technical assistance in writing permits for NPS projects, increase coordination between 319 and EPA programs, RCRA, CERCLA, GAP 106, help other federal agencies like NRCS understand how to work with tribal NPS programs, provide a database of partners and funding sources that tribes can pursue to address NPS problems, and notify tribes when state-funded NPS projects are within tribal watersheds or may affect waters flowing onto reservations. And so this is what we've heard so far that we've been able to collect in the themes, and I'm going to turn it over to Steve to start our discussion.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Bessie. So I'll just kind of observe and appreciate that that is a lot of information. We are in the process of kind of looking through everything we've been hearing in these listening sessions, and that wasn't everything. That was, we're still in the process of doing so. But, you know, I think in general, what we want to do is make sure that we're hearing all the challenges so that as we start to think about, you know, potential program changes, that we're really aware of the challenges facing current tribal non-point source programs, and maybe tribes that haven't yet come in for 319 eligibility, if there are barriers that we should be aware of. So what we wanted to do, I think we have about 15 minutes left, is really open up the floor. And I know some of you will have attended those listening sessions, others may not have. And so what we're interested in is, you know, as Bessie kind of talked through that input, is what points raised during those listening sessions do you agree with? What do you disagree with? And then if there are any perspectives that are not currently captured in that summary, we also invite you to provide those. So Sam, I don't think I can see hands if they're raised, if you don't mind kind of helping us out on that end.
Yes, we can do it that way. And also, Latasha, if you could also maybe capture some questions or statements that comes through, you and Karen, that'd be great too. So guys in the audience, do you have any questions or statements about Steve and Betsie's presentation right now when it comes to equity? This is the time to talk, because these guys are the ones that can actually make and help you make those changes, so that you can receive more benefits and just more support. So the floor is yours. And let's see. I'm not seeing anyone yet, Steve.
Okay.
Sam, this is Karen. Kathy, do you have your hand up? It looks like you may have your hand up. Kathy Welch.
Let's see. Kathy. I'm not seeing her hand, Karen.
Okay, when I hover over it, it has the line crossed, so I'll just lower it. So if she has a question, she can put it in the chat box or email me.
Okay, Kathy, if you have a question, just follow through with
Can you
Karen.
hear me?
Yes, we can.
Just going to comment on the question about could Water 106 and 319 be on the same QAP, and they can be, because we do our Water 106 QAP, and then down towards the end we also address our 319 and have that as another section of it. So they can be combined together, and you just note it separate after you get done with your Water 106. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's good to know. Kathy, I'm curious, so the 319 portion of your QAP, does it cover, what does that cover exactly? Is it non-point source water monitoring or something else you're doing?
Yes, what it covers our non-point source, what we do within our base, the 30,000 that we're allowed through the 319. And what we've been doing with it is replacing failing septic systems within our jurisdictional area. And it's a small amount, so 30,000. So we've replaced, and we also use it for like we had a continuous monitor at one point on the creek, And we used a part of it to pay for the technical part of that continuous monitor on our through the 319. We just recently had to take that continuous monitor out though, because it continued to get blown out by high flooding and water damage no matter what we tried. But we're working on another pilot to put in there eventually in the 319. But we do replace one septic a year and do up to 10 septic assessments a year.
Thanks, Kathy. Yeah, like Bessie said, one of the really apparent themes that we've been hearing is kind of that tension between needing non-point source funding to support on-the-ground projects, and then funding to support the staff that are leading those projects. It sounds like you've got a setup where you're able to use some of the base funds for septic projects. Are you then supporting the tribal staff person that leads your non-point source work with other grant funds?
We have some time put in there for staff, and then we use also funding out of our 106. But whenever we're out doing septic assessments and things like that, that goes to through our 319 but we have the PPG.
Mm-hmm.
So and so when we note it in there when we're doing septic assessments or out there with the contractor when they're replacing it and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thanks, Kathy.
Mm-hmm.
Sam, I think I saw a couple chats come in, if you don't mind reading those off.
Yeah, so Dino Chavarria has a statement. He's stating that if competitive 319 competition remains, he thinks it should remain at an annual opportunity. And also, Dino also states how many of the 210 eligible tribes apply.
Yeah, sure. So I can answer that. And then, Dino, I'd be curious to hear a little bit more about your thoughts on kind of the benefits of keeping it as an annual competition. So to answer your question, we currently have, we receive around 40 competitive grant applications each year. So, that's a small portion of the 319 eligible tribes. And I can tell you that in total, there's been about half of the 319 eligible tribes have applied for at least one competitive grant. So about 105 tribes have applied at least once, and about 90 tribes have received at least one or more competitive grants. So about half of the 319 eligible tribes are actively applying for competitive grants and benefiting from those grants. But Dino, do you want to share any more thoughts about your comments about the annual competition or anything else?
Dino, feel free to open your mic up and discuss if you want. Okay, in the meantime, I do have some more statements from Dino. There has to be flexibility in schedules and work plans. A realistic 5-year milestone schedule should decrease over the time period if funding remains the same. A modest 2% increase in costs per year means 10% is lost in program output. This past year shows 2% is way low of an estimate. Also, the indirect charges changes from year to year. And that was a statement back to you, Steve and Betsy.
Mm-hmm.
And he also states, one reason to keep the competition annual is to say if the applicant gets sick with COVID and are unable to meet the submission deadline, they are out 2 years instead of 1 if the funding opportunity is not annual.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Dino, for all those thoughts. Yeah. I'll just add. So, as Bessie said, we've heard from some tribal grantees that the $100,000 doesn't go very far for on the ground work through a competitive grant. After you count for indirect and maybe design of the project and anything else that you're working on. And so, one way of getting at that could be, as Bessie said, looking at the wetland program development grant model where maybe we open a solicitation every 2 years and then instead of funding $100,000 projects, fund $200,000 projects that we incrementally fund over those 2 years. So that's kind of the context for that suggestion, and would be one way to get at kind of that challenge of not enough competitive grant funds to support implementation work. But Dino, I appreciate your point about periods of gaps in staffing being a constraint.
Okay, Steve, here's another one. Sophie Stauffer from the Pueblo of Tesuque states, they need some training on 404 permits for when they do channel restoration work. And they need greater technical training in general overall. For example, training on performing channel surveys.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Sophie. I know this was something that's come up a few times, like Bessie mentioned, just navigating the permitting requirements associated with BMP work. And really that onus is on the tribe to make sure that those permits are obtained and that you have enough time in the project period for your competitive grant to obtain the permits and then get the work done. But I think it's a good suggestion that we can look into is if there's a way to bring in folks from the 404 program to help you all kind of understand what to expect in terms of writing those permits, the turnaround time, so you can write your schedules accordingly. And then, yeah, Sophie, thanks for the point about kind of technical training for channel surveys. If you've got anything more to add in the chat or want to unmute about, is that to estimate erosion rates and kind of on the assessment side of things, or something else I'd be interested in hearing?
Well, we just have one more question here, Steve. And basically it's a question that we probably already know the answer to, but I'll state it anyway. If you have a GAP grant and you are maybe going to write a 319 or a 106 grant, can you go ahead and just do a PPG for all of them?
So if you're going to use your GAP grant to, Sam, do you know, is that question getting at like coming in for TAS for 319 or writing a competitive grant?
Well, I'll answer that question for you, Steve, if you don't mind. Okay, so if you already have a GAP grant, you have to obtain TAS for 319 and 106 before you can put them in a PPG. So if you have a GAP grant, your next step would be to obtain TAS for whatever program you're planning on putting into the PPG. If it's both 319 and 106, well, then you're going to have to get that approved and actually follow some of the steps that we had presentations on earlier. And then, of course, they all can go into a PPG if that's what you like. You can have all three programs there.
Sam, may I have two questions. This is Betsy.
Hey, Betsy.
And one question is for what you were just talking about. And it's a kind of a follow-up. Let's say one of your tribes does get TES for 106 or 319, and they have an existing PPG. Can they, once they get that TAS in the next funding year, roll the new grant, the new 106 grant into the existing PPG?
The answer is yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. I did want to go back to the competitive question very quickly. If I see that actually maybe I shouldn't, because we're actually at time. We didn't even get to our other two questions, so I'll hold off unless you say it's okay.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So my next question was, for those, if there are any tribes on the call who have attempted to apply for competitive funding and have not succeeded and have since stopped applying, I'm wondering what kind of support you would be needing to help you become more interested in trying again and applying again.
I don't see anyone addressing your question yet, Betsy.
That's okay. Repeat the question. So,
Okay, so
the request.
here's somebody, Betsy. Just a moment. It says, whenever there's an opportunity to apply for multipurpose grants, we try to go for it, but it requires writing work plans and managing yet another budget. It would be great if the extra money that ends up in the MPG could go towards increasing the project grants we are already working on.
Okay. Okay.
And then someone else asks, can they use, I guess, other program money to actually start a 319 to start their application for 319 or 106? I will help answer that question. So if you already have a 106 grant, you can use 106 money. I say again, you can use 106 money to start your assessment report and management plan. Again, you can use 106 funds to develop your assessment report and management plan. Okay.
So I think Tammy asked that the question be repeated. Automatically provide the unsuccessful applicant with the reviewer forms, etc. I was unaware until a few years ago that there is some sort of grade paper that the applicants can see. Thanks, Dino, for that comment. And Tammy, the question was, if you've given up applying for competitive 319 grants that you have in the past applied and you've given up, what kind of support would be, is there some kind of support that you would need to make applying for competitive 319 interesting, something that would be worthwhile again?
Okay, and then our final statement comes from Dino Chavarria, and he's saying automatically provide the unsuccessful applicant with the reviewer's forms, etc. He was unaware until a few years ago that there is some sort of grade paper that the applicants can see.
Yeah, thanks. And I'll just say to that, because the question's come up before. So, we defer to the EPA's Office of Grants on kind of all the policies and rules around the competitive 319 grants. And what we've been told in the past, but I can look into it again, is that those debriefings, which are a really good chance for competitive grant applicants that are either successful or unsuccessful. You can request a debriefing, and that would be with me, so I can share with you the scores that you received, and the feedback from the EPA reviewers that scored your competitive grant application. The practice that we've been told by Office of Grants is that those are by phone. So the agency typically hasn't provided kind of the written score sheets, but I'm happy to look into that again. So Sam, I know we're at time. I'm just going to scoot to the last slide here and mention a couple of things, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So as Bessie said, we didn't get to all of our questions. So, you know, if you want to give any additional input on changes that you'd like us to prioritize in the near term to address these challenges, you'll see our emails in a couple slides, and feel free to share thoughts on that. And then if we have any folks that are in the room virtually that don't yet have a 319 program, but you're interested in doing non-point source work, or maybe already through GAP, for example, and you have input on how EPA can help support you, in coming into the program, or generally just doing non-point source work, invite any input from those tribes. And then just to wrap up here, so I'll paste in the chat here the registration link for our next National Non-Point Source Program Equity Quarterly Call that will be on March 10th. And then, as I said, we'll be convening some work groups this spring to help prepare some options for EPA's non-point source program to consider to help better support tribes, and as well as states looking to integrate equity in their programs. So if you're interested in kind of digging into some of these topics and helping inform some potential program changes at EPA in the 319 program, you can reach out to me or Bessie. And thank you again for the time and the input. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Steve and Betsy. Great presentation, well needed. The tribes are definitely going to benefit from what you guys are doing. So we really appreciate it. And on their behalf, we want to say thanks.
Thank you very much for having us.
Okay, so right now it is 11:53. So let's go ahead and go to lunch, and let's have everybody back here. Let's make it 1:05. Thank you.
Ma'am, are we ready
Are we
to get
ready?
started?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All righty, I'm ready whenever you are.
Okay, great. All right, so welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a great lunch today. We're going to go ahead and move into our afternoon sessions. Philip Corvette, I do remember him yesterday mentioning, and for those who don't know who Philip Corvette is, he's with the Iowa Tribe. He mentioned yesterday that, there was some continuity amongst the tribes, that they did have some personnel who have been with their tribes for a long time, and turnover is not a problem for them. Well, this next presenter comes from one of those tribes. He is with the Pawnee Nation, and he's his name is Kelly Kersey, and he's been with the tribe for as long as I've been doing this job, which has been like at least 12 years now. So him and Monty Matlock both. So there's a consistency there, and every time I turn around and need anything, I know I can depend on him and them. So that's why he's here today, to support me in this endeavor. So thanks so much, Kelly, for being here, and I'm going to turn it over to you, sir.
Okay, can you hear me? Am I coming through?
I can hear you. Yes, sir.
Hey, real quick. Sorry, Kelsey. I'm actually I used to be, when you're my project officer with Iowa Tribe. Now I'm with the Chickasaw Nation.
Yes, thanks for the correction. I appreciate it. That's every time I identify you, I remember you with the Iowa Tribe. So I'm sorry for that. That is the Chickasaw Nation for Philip Corvette. Everyone.
I just Open up for Kelsey though. I actually worked for the Pawnee Nation right out of college for a year, and so that was a a great program, a very well respected program, and they have a lot of data. So when I talk about changing co-ops around, I know they're like, no, because they have such a large database. So the great program, and Kelsey, I'm sure we're going to learn from your presentation today.
I agree.
We'll see.
We're turning it over to you, Kelly.
Okay. Let me get my screen here. All right. Is it showing my slides? Oh, it's
Yes, but it's small on the screen.
okay.
That's better.
That's better. Okay. Well, Sam asked me to talk about managing a tribal 319 project. So I'm just going to kind of go through, kind of the grant requirements, work plan type thing, and then kind of our background and what we've done here with our project, our 319 for the last 15 years. So we'll see what we can do here. Basically, the grant requirements, eligibility in TAS, the eligibility for 319 tribes, you must receive TAS for your 319 program, and I think it's on the agenda later. Sam actually, I think, talks about TAS at a later time, so I won't really go into that. Your funding restrictions, there are restrictions. Administrative cost shall not exceed 10% of the grant award. Things like your overhead, salaries, and indirect costs are included in that. But if you're implementing a project as like enforcement, regulatory activities, education, training, technical assistance, those are not subject to that limitation. So there are ways to go about that. And then your water quality monitoring with the 319 should not be used for general assessment activities. I think that's kind of been discussed before in another presentation. Now, as far as if you've implemented or put together a project and or BMPs and you're wanting to run an assessment to monitor to see the success or if it's a failure of that BMP or whatever, collecting data on that is acceptable under 319. And then, of course, in your work plans, you want to link to EPA's strategic plan. All work plans must discuss how the proposed project will address the strategic plan and describe the environmental results of the proposed project. Environmental results are a way to gauge the project's performance and are described in terms of outputs and outcomes. There we go. And we get on into the application elements. Of course, your work plan narrative is broken down in your introduction. It's where you'll want to talk about your tribal lands, your land size, population, your boundaries. You want a water atlas, kind of your resources, describe those in that introduction. Then you will go to your project goals, objectives, and work plan components and your project locations in that next section. Talk about each component of your work plan, describe the activities that will be implemented in your project locations. And EPA recommends maps of your reservation and the waters that you're going to address. Be sure and put that in there and identify your project locations. Environmental outputs, outcomes, and tracking. Include commitments for each work plan component that you develop. Include an anticipated environmental outputs, outcomes, link those to the strategic plan, objective 5.2, and the applicant's plan for tracking and measuring the progress towards achieving the expected outcomes and outputs. In your schedule, you'll want to work in there in that section, your start dates and end dates for your components or your tasks that you're going to be accomplishing in that work plan in your project. You can do that in multiple different ways. You can use tables, things like that. We spell it out in ours and bullet points with timelines and start dates and end dates. And then your roles and responsibilities section, you want to, like, if you've got stakeholders, other agencies, state agencies, or somebody else that's wanting to work with you on your projects, you need to describe those roles, who's responsible for what in each project. Then the work plan table, we actually, develop a table that list out your outcomes, your commitments that you plan on doing in this project, give who's responsible, your work, your time, work years, things like that. And if you can, put a cost column in there for each one of your commitments in that table. And then your quality assurance project plan, if needed, would go in with your work plan also. Your budget narrative and table provide a detailed budget and estimated funding amounts for each budget category and work plan component. If you're familiar with developing 106 work plan and budget and all that, it kind of hand in hand. This shouldn't be too difficult for anybody. You want to describe your cost in details and itemize like your supplies list and things that you're going to be purchasing, itemize things like that, your travel. If we do go back to ever traveling, I don't know about you guys, but you want to itemize out your travel, your per diem and so on like that, like you would in 106 or GAP. And your total.
Hey, excuse me, Kelly.
Yeah.
We got some comments stating that your slides look a little small, and a suggestion was made that maybe you could scroll over to the left side of your slides and maybe locate the zoom in feature and see if it's there to enlarge the presentation.
And Sam, that was sent from me. Everybody can do that. I didn't want to interrupt Kelly's presentation, but you'll see this little icon, like a little a plus sign, and let's zoom in to the left. There you go.
Is that better?
Zoom in, zoom out now, because it's a little zoom out. There we go. That's a little bit better. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that, guys.
It's okay.
I got one of these wide screens and it's all distorted on my end, so. But let's see. Yeah, your tribal cost must include both federal and your cost share matching. So be sure and itemize that out. Include your cost share, your match in there, and you can get. There is a way to get that cost share, that match, the 40% hardship. Work with your project officer on that to get that lowered. We have with Sam. We've done that before. But a little bit of background on our program. Our department, Department of Environmental Conservation and Safety, was established in 1997 by the passing of our Environmental Regulatory Act. In 1998, we received TAS for our 106 program and began monitoring. 2003, an assessment and management plan for 319 was developed and submitted. In 2004, which when I started, we received comments back, and then I was assigned to revise it and get it approved. So that was my task for the first quite a bit of time, trying to figure out what is 319. It's attended a few workshops and things like that to get myself up to speed. But we finally got it approved in 2006, and we developed our first work plan for project for 2007. A little background on the tribe, the Pawnee Nation. We're in the north central part of Oklahoma, about an hour west of Tulsa. For those that don't know, aren't familiar, We reside in 2 different counties in Oklahoma, and we have some other trust land up north on the Kansas border. But our main reservation is in north central. We have about 28,000 plus acres in trust that's checkerboarded throughout that 600 and some square miles. So it's kind of challenging working with other agencies. I won't go really into the non-point source assessment and management plan too much. That was kind of covered this morning. The introduction, methodology, summarize your water. That was our challenges, summarizing, getting our monitoring results, trying to make heads or tails of all of that, and getting it into the report or to the assessment. But in our management plan, we determined that our non-point source categories were agriculture, silviculture, construction, resource extraction, and then of course an education component. But our work plan, our overall goal of our project is the implementation of a non-point source program to protect and restore water quality, watershed conditions, wetlands, aquatic, and riparian habitat within Pawnee Indian Country. Our objective is to integrate our non-point source program into our overall environmental program for the protection of our natural resources. Some of our projects has been in some riparian restoration early on, and when we began our 319, we've done some bacteria source tracking. Of course, we've developed a watershed management plan for Black Bear Creek. I'll kind of go into that a little bit later. And of course, we have ongoing resource extraction management or oil and gas activities and management of that. Septic system inventories is something new that we've just started beginning to do. And then, of course, we have an environmental outdoor classroom for environmental education. Our riparian restoration, what we did is within Black Bear Creek, we identified kind of here, Black Bear Creek is one of our major watersheds within the Pawnee Nation. It actually comes right through our campus or reserve area where all of our offices and everything is located. But we identified multiple areas where the riparian area had been diminished either from agricultural activities or natural erosion, things like that. So we embarked on identifying some trees to plant within those areas and try to restore where it's eroded back up into the pasture area and through the riparian past the trees and such. We worked with landowners neighboring us and some of the land users on the leasers of some of the tribal land here within the watershed to use their labor, their time in planting some trees and identifying those areas as part of our cost share, part of our match. Our bacteria source tracking, it's a tool used to identify the source of a fecal coliform presence in the water. Methodology is a ribotyping, which is a genetic fingerprinting to match the in-stream bacteria to a source from within the watershed. We coordinated with the Oklahoma State Department of Agriculture and Water Quality Lab. They had at the time, had a very good database on the DNA, the RNA that's used to identify the types of bacteria. And then we chose five different sites within the Black Bear Creek watershed throughout the reservation to target this based off of our 106 data that we were getting back with high E. coli, fecal coliform within the water. We collected samples and we sent those samples to the lab and they processed them and they gave us back some results. It indicated that there were 19 isolates or colony forming units and that they selected to do the actual ribotyping on, with 42% of those samples matching a known source. 11 of our source matches included septage, which from human and from cattle. The sample sites included areas downstream and upstream of both the city of Pawnee and our Pawnee Nation campus. We border each other or spread across the one side of the creek to the other between the city and our campus. So, and we also selected 3 rural sites out in the counties. But you can see from the map here, I don't know if it's showing up on this or not very well, but we had some cattle. 3 different sites were identified as cattle as a source, and then 2 of the sites were both a combination of cattle and septage, and 1 site was just human septage. So we figured, well, there's some failing. That's the one out in the western part of our reservation in that watershed. So that it kind of triggered us towards looking at the septic tank issues. The information we gathered from the project was shared with both the EPA and the Conservation Commission. And so, like I said, it's led to our inventory of rural septic systems. And then since that time, one of those sites with the human and the cattle mixture was just downstream of the city of Pawnee's wastewater treatment plant. But since that time, they have upgraded their plant considerably. And then these results have been used in our developing our watershed management plan for Black Bear Creek. And we did develop are still working on a watershed management plan for Black Bear Creek, which is primarily the primary watershed within our reservation. Consists of over 400,000 acres within north central Oklahoma. If you're familiar with Oklahoma, it strings all the way from the watershed. It starts up in the Enid area, 70, 80 miles from our offices here. So, and it terminates within our reservation on the Arkansas River. We began developing it in 2010 under the base grant. We partnered with the University of Arkansas, some graduate students there, some interns to help with data collection and getting the GIS mapping done for us, because we were in the infancy stages at that time with GIS, but we've come where we can taking that over now. We developed a 9-element plan, like was discussed this morning, find out the causes, sources, load reductions. There is 1 TMDL on Black Bear Creek that was developed, finalized while we were working on this plan. So that was included. Let's see. We've submitted our plan to Region 6, and we returned is not acceptable due to insufficient modeling. So that's an issue we're still kind of dealing with, is determining the modeling. The question by Josh this morning. Josh works here at our office also, asking about modeling, because he's been tasked with trying to get that figured out, and working on some other watershed plans. So it will be needed at that time too. Then the NRCS utilized our plan, knowing that it wasn't really approved by the EPA, but they used it in identifying Oklahoma watersheds for their National Water Quality Initiative. So they selected 2 sub-watersheds of Black Bear, the Panther Creek and Oak Creek, for targeting for their implementation of BMPs that they could use to help fund and get landowners buy-in on. And that, from what I understand, that worked out pretty good. Of course, about the time that they were doing that, Oklahoma hit a drought, so we didn't have a whole lot of non-point source issues at the time. Kind of came and went with that, but they did get some buy-in from some landowners within those watersheds. Our ongoing resource extraction management, which is basically our oil and gas activities, within the last few years has really increased in our reservation. We maintain an inventory, a GIS inventory of all the oil and gas operations. We have a permitting requirements. If you're going to drill or operate an oil and gas activity within the Pawnee Nation, you have to have a permit. We use our Title 12 Natural Resource Protection Act, which has a chapter on oil pollution control, which is basically a housekeeping type things for the oil and gas industry as far as spill prevention, response, and inspections. We work with with operators on education on types of things. You know, it's basically a compliance assistance type to keep them in compliance with tribal law. And if they're in compliance with us, they'll be in good shape when they do come around for an EPA inspection on their end. So we work together. We've worked with several operators that's in work groups, meetings, different types of town halls that we've hosted to get buy-in on that and to get, you know, understand that, hey, the tribe does have these laws, and we do come out and inspect and assist with spills and prevention. Like in our septic inventory tracking is kind of new right now. We're in the infancy stages of this. We're acquiring and maintaining a database on our septic systems on trust properties within the reservation. We've gone through an information gathering through a record search, and we requested from IHS a list of systems they've installed and worked with, because IHS in Oklahoma uses Oklahoma's regulations on installing septic systems, residential, and permitting it all through Oklahoma. And because of that, the Pawnee Nation has developed regulations for wastewater management, wastewater regulations, a chapter within our Title 12, so that we can get notification basically of when this is happening. And then like Kathy's, what she mentioned this morning, how they're doing assessments. I'd like to talk to her at some point and seeing what kind of assessments they're doing on the septic systems and get some more information on that. But like I said, this is kind of new projects for us right now. One of our projects within our work plan. Then our outdoor classroom environmental education. Annually, we participate in environmental education with our elementary schools. They have an outdoor field day through the NRCS and the Pawnee Nation, and a couple other agencies have developed an outdoor classroom, which was at the Pawnee Lake. It's down underneath the dam where they have some ponds and kind of nature trails and things like that. But this is sponsored by the Pawnee County Conservation District and the NRCS, and they get presenters like us and through Oklahoma Department of Wildlife, of course, their staff, different volunteer groups, Blue Thumb. They come out and we educate the children on environmental issues. Our department, we educate on benthic macroinvertebrates as indicators of stream health. We set up little workstations. We have, like I said, these are fifth graders, so 10 or 11 years old. We break them up into groups, make them teams of scientists, have them go out with the dip nets and D-nets and try to collect bugs, bring them back to their area, and they sort through them, identify them. We have score sheets where they once they identify them, they can label, mark how many of which ones they found, and they're broken into sensitive, tolerant species, and then make the determination of the stream health of that pond that they've collected. Whether the quality of the water based off of the bugs that they found. And the kids really like it. Some of them get nice and muddy. Some of them are kind of standoffish, but all in all, they have a good time with it, and so do we. But our current and future progress, we continue the riparian restoration projects, resource extraction we're still working with and continue every year to work with our operators, inspecting oil and gas activities and working with them. We provide public education through our non-point source issues. We do publications in our newsletters and things like that, are not consistently, but at least once or twice a year to get education out on environmental issues to the public. And then we're going to further develop our septic system database and work on those issues of failing systems. And of course, we're going to revise and update our watershed management plan. Kind of went through that a little bit quick, but if anybody has any questions or anything, let me know.
So I see one right here. Kelly, just a moment, please.
Yeah.
Okay, so it says, this is from Tammy Balone, and she says, what lab was used for bacteria source tracking?
We used the Oklahoma Department of Agriculture. They have a water lab, water quality lab. They had a database of RNA that they used to identify.
Okay. And Dino Chavarria has a question. He says, do you have a bacteria source QUAP?
Yes, yes, we do.
And how often do you update that QUAP?
We haven't done that project in several years, so we haven't updated it.
Okay. Okay. And then I have a question for you. What is your relationship? First of all, let me applaud you on your outreach to your community and just the training overall that you do in that community. So my question is, what is your relationship with your stakeholders on your projects that you have? You're attempting a watershed, and did you get them to buy in on, what you were trying to put together, and are they still on board with you now?
Yeah, we got pretty good buy-in from the NRCS right off the bat. We've worked with Oklahoma Conservation Commission on idea sharing and different type of project sharings. We've attended some of their, whenever they go out, do their public meetings for their project ideas. We've attended those in the past. Here recently we haven't, because we kind of shared that stuff via email. But we get pretty good buy-in from the lease people that are leasing the tribal land, because that's pretty stringent as far as when they have a BIA lease, there's requirements that they must follow tribal law. So we've kind of integrated a lot of our known point source issues into tribal law to help us enforce that.
And your watershed-based plan, you said it was disapproved by the EPA.
Yeah.
And so
based off of modeling.
Off of modeling, okay.
We didn't have good modeling. And
okay.
We're still working on that, trying to get education on that part.
I got you.
That's why Josh asked about Stepple. He was having some issues with that.
There you go. Okay, I have a few more questions for you here. Let's see. What was the funding source of your base grant? For riparian restoration?
Funding source. With the $30,000 base grant, then is that what they're asking?
Yeah, that's basically what you use.
Yeah, that was all done under our base grant of the 30,000.
Okay, all right. And is the QUAP something that could be shared?
Yes. Yeah, Dino, I see that right there. Yeah, I can share that.
Okay. Okay, great. Let's see, Lexi Freeman says, we have a similar issue with waste treatment facilities leaking upstream from us now. How receptive was the city of Pawnee with your bacteria findings?
They were pretty receptive. They were having issues. They knew they had issues with their treatment plant. I think the DEQ not soon after actually came in and worked with them. I don't know if they had violations for sure on their issues with their treatment facility, their plant. But I do know once that we identified that, it helped IHS, because they used some IHS funding also to help upgrade their treatment facility, on top of their loan and everything else, or their bonds or whatever they got to pay for that. But that did help in that.
Okay. And Tammy Balone also wants to know, was the EPA funds used for the tracking?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's part of our base grant.
And also, is there a cost share match requirement that someone may have missed?
Yeah, there's the 40% match. Like Sam, you're probably pretty familiar there. They're in the guidance. There's just similar to yesterday's presentation with the 106, how they broke down how to do the match calculations. It's real similar with the non-point source one. Your $30,000 base grant would be 60% federal, 40% tribal. There is a hardship waiver request that can be done. We've been successful with that to get it down to 10%. So
yeah, so that's the answer. That hardship waiver will actually turn that 40% to 10% on a standalone 319 grant, base grant. But again, you can go zero, no match requirement at all, if you're under the guise of a PPG. So just to put that out there. And I think that's about it, Kelly.
Okay.
So great job. We really appreciate you coming out and talking about your 319 project. Again, you guys have been doing some great things for a long time. And we just really glad to have you as part of the EPA community when it comes to tribal concerns. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Sam.
We have one more comment by Tammy, if you would see it in the chat.
No, which one is it?
It says, I was under the impression that EPA did not support bacteria tracking lab methods yet, which is why I asked for funding source. Do we need to get back to?
Yeah, we're gonna have to get back
research that.
to
Okay.
that, Tammy, on that question. I don't have
Okay.
the answer to it myself right now, but we'll table it and we'll make sure that we answer it, if not by the end of the day tomorrow. Any other questions out there, Latasha?
I think we're good.
All righty. Okay, thank you, Kelly. Appreciate that. And Dino, I know you're here because you've already asked a few questions already. So, sir, I'm going to turn it over to you. Dino's going to be talking about best management practices and challenges on the ground. And again, I just want to say, when it comes to personnel, Dino has been around for a long time. But I also want to add that Dino has provided the EPA with all kind of support. Dino, every time we ask him to do something for us, whether it's a workshop or whether it's just knowledge in general to share with us, he's always been there for us and is here for us today. So I just want to say that in front of everybody. Thanks a lot, Dino, for all you continue to do. And I'm going to turn it over to you now, sir.
Well, thank you, Sam. I appreciate Kelly laying the foundation and also talking to us about all that work that they're doing there in Pawnee. So I assume my audio is okay so far.
It is great.
Okay, I'm going to try and share and start the presentation. Should start going. I'm getting the spinning blue wheel. This is the slide visible, and I'll do the slideshow.
Yes, we can see it.
Great. All right. Thank you very much for an opportunity to present this this forum that we're having. As people have been mentioning, it's been very good and helpful, and there's been a lot of interesting talk. Even the things that are not so dynamic, I think, are very necessary that we've been discussing throughout the past couple of days. So I'm just presenting on the project that we've done with the done through the non-point source initiative over a series of years. And that's why I thought it was pretty important about Kelly going through those step by step in the application when had the need for applying for competitive to address the major impacts of non-point source pollution within our watershed. We submitted a proposal to the competitive and were unsuccessful in getting it. And I was of how it was, but then by reviewing our initial application, you could see where we didn't address a lot of those steps that are necessary to have a successful application. And one, you get so motivated to express the need to address these impacts, but there is that format, and you need to go by those steps, no matter how I say a little easier each year to upon it. And then, of course, the important thing of tying it into the strategic Kelly was saying. Okay, that's just a good idea. Yes.
Your mic is coming in and out for some reason, so you're breaking up.
I was messaging Karen. We had some internet issues, power issues actually yesterday. So,
Karen, do you have a solution?
No, it's probably just low bandwidth. I haven't had a problem hearing Dino, but more than likely it's just a internet issue.
Okay.
I'll try to go forward. If not, I can always stop sharing and turn on my headset. But if it just gets too bad, let me know, or I can always call in on the cell phone. So yeah, just interrupt and let me know. Okay, where we are, within north central New Mexico. The Pueblo lands are about 20 miles east to west, part of it along the Rio Grande, as with most other pueblos. And of course, you can see on the map other pueblos directly adjacent to us: Okeowenge, Sal Alfonso, Pewaukee, Nambe, and Tsuki. And we're all within a variety of different watersheds. Our pueblo itself, we have a population of about 2,700 people. So it's a large land base for the north, small. The pueblo itself has been within the area, what's Clarita Plateau, over for thousands of years. The ancestral homeland was within the cliff areas that they had made both homes and cliff sides, to, and the canyon itself as the source, Santa Clara Creek, the primary. Is the
Dino,
yes.
I think you're cutting out a little bit. Sam, did it sound like he was cutting out?
Yeah, he's still cutting out on me too.
Dino, if you'd like, maybe you could call in. Do you have the number? I can put the number in the chat really quick. And if you need me to, I can advance your slides.
Okay. Can you hear me still or no?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's just you're cutting out a little worse than you were.
Okay. All righty. I will call in instead. Give me one sec. Karen, can you give me the access code?
It shouldn't have one. Uh,
I'll try again.
Okay, Dino, I found there's an access code. I put it in the chat box just in case you need it. That you, Dino, on the line?
Yes, that's me.
Okay. You might need to mute your volume on your desktop or laptop.
Okay, just did now.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. All righty. Sorry about that.
That's okay. It happens.
Hey, Dino, could you back up a few slides? I believe everybody was having problems hearing you at first, so we can make sure they get your presentation. Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay. That's the first official slide. Is that all right?
Yes, that looks good.
Okay, great. Again, just to show where we are in relation to the state, the region, and the showing just people who aren't familiar with the area, the proximity of the various pueblos to each other here in the northern part of New Mexico, and of course along the Rio Grande. And of course, another notable feature is the very sparse number of water bodies that are in our area. So each one makes them that much more important. The Pueblo itself has been in this area for over 1,000 years. The ancestral home for many Pueblos was in the cliff dwelling areas in the Pajarito Plateau for Santa Clara Pueblo. The Puye area is considered its ancestral homeland, where the people lived on the cliffside and also constructed homes out of the volcanic tuft of the area. The Santa Clara Creek has its origins within the Jemez Mountains in the Santa Clara Canyon. And just a brief history of the Pueblos in general. Santa Clara is one of the Pueblos that were encountered during the 1540 Coronado expedition. Permanent settlement started in 1598 with the Oñate expedition, establishing the first capital north of here, then called San Juan Pueblo, now Okeowenge. In 1680, the Pueblos in the north organized to overthrow the Spanish government and sent them south to what is now known as El Paso. The Spanish returned in 1692 for their Reconquista, and Spain still was the main governing body over the area until Mexico declared independence in 1821, where the Pueblos again under the Mexican government, following the U.S.-Mexican War with the signing of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, the area has been under the governments of the United States. So this is just a map that we include in a lot of our applications of the water bodies on Santa Clara Reservation. We have the Santa Clara Creek, the main one that runs from the Jemez Mountains, and then the Rio Grande, which bisects the part of the Pueblo in toward the east, and then the Rio Santa Cruz. The Pueblos has been impacted by some various fires over the past couple decades. More recent ones, the 1998 Oso Complex, which burned part of the Pueblo. The 2000 Cerro Grande, major fire, which burned hundreds of homes in Los Alamos. Then as that went north, it burned part of the watershed of the Pueblo, 6,200 acres. And then the big one, the 2011 Las Conchas fire, same thing, just spread from the south through Los Alamos, then up to Santa Clara, and burned many acres here in our watershed. Just information on that particular fire. You can note, please, it started on June 26, 2011. It was a very fast-moving fire. It burned, as we have on there, 40,000 acres on its first day. Extremely fast, extremely powerful. And its final number for our watershed, it burned about 55% of the Santa Clara Canyon watershed. And it's just an infographic that was posted on Twitter by the Weather Service in Albuquerque, just talking about the fire itself and how massive. And at the time, this is the States, it was the largest wildfire in New Mexico history. That number was surpassed the very next year. And then, although it's important to add that would mean New Mexico state history, there's records of larger fires taking place in the early 1800s within the Jemez Mountains. And it's just an image of the fire when it was moving north towards the Pueblo. Some of the flooding that took place afterwards. Within the Santa Clara Creek, a lot of ash and debris that was transported, and then of course the trees that were scorched by the fire as it progressed. This is within the main Pueblo along State Road 30. The Santa Clara Creek being inundated again by just the mass of the ash and mud flows that came down as a result of the subsequent flooding following the fire. And just another image of another event with more debris taking place in the middle of the night at the same bridge location. And the canyon itself was a pristine area before the fire. It served as a recreational area, habitat for many species, aquatic mammal, and also important to the traditions and culture of the Pueblo. Following the fire, we had a lot of damage on the area, as you can see from this photo. The first photo was actually taken to document some initial damage. And then as you can see afterwards, it was several magnitudes of order worse that had taken out transported a lot of boulders and debris, completely took it out the road and access into the canyon areas. This is a picture taken of myself and our then project officer, George Kraft, and one of our staff persons, Adrian. It was taken by Robin Delante from EPA headquarters. They were actually up there in the canyon area planning for a tour that we were going to host for EPA for one of their conferences. And as you can see, that photo was taken on the 16th. Just 10 days later that the Las Conchas fire started. This is the aftermath of that area following the flooding and the fire. The ponds were all completely gone, and even these areas now then began filling up with sediment with further flows following the summer rains and monsoon season. Here's an aerial view from 2009, before fire, and then afterwards. So we had the impacts, as we just listed in the slide. I won't read everything, but just so you know, the recreational resources were completely gone. We had a 100% fish mortality from the flooding, the erosion, and the wasting of the canyon walls was extremely excessive. The debris flows came all the way down from the canyon, like I say, 20 miles down to the Pueblo and into the Rio Grande. And then the ash debris actually made it all the way down to Cochiti, Pueblo, to the Cochiti Dam, which is it's a long distance from us. The city of Santa Fe gets some of their water from a diversion project along the Rio Grande. They had to shut it down because of the flows that were coming in from the Santa Clara Creek to the Rio Grande down to the diversion. So we decided to use the NPS as part of the National Disaster Recovery Framework to help with the fire and flooding recovery, and in our specific case, to help improve water quality. So these are just some basic educational slides we had put in for presentation to the community to explain what 319 NPS was and why we were applying for these funds. And our goal is to improve the water quality of Santa Clara Creek and Rio Santa Cruz by doing the best management projects. This has included the log mattresses, rock dams, log dams, SUNY bowls, log traps, diversions, flow splitters, induced meanders as a result of some of this work, so vegetation planting, water harvest. So here is our project areas in the Santa Clara Canyon that we had identified. This was just for the past year, and we've done certain other areas or some of the working within those particular areas over the past few years. The terrain is very steep, but they are also parts, these tributaries to the canyon or the flows to them, were adding a lot to the sediment loads. So part of the BMPs was the directional and contour tree felling to help reduce flows and trap sediments. Log mattress that was installed, and one of the tributaries to the Santa Clara Creek. Directional felling, again, from some areas that were flowing into the creek, some of them very steep terrain. And you can see we had a lot of material to work with because of the number of hazard trees in the area. So using these natural materials to help reduce the flows and try to trap more sediment and address some of the cutting that was occurring. Log dams and wooden bowls, again, within the canyon. Some of the actual canyons that flow into the creek are very wide, and they were further excised by the flows that were occurring following fire. Log drops, again, to try to reduce flows and capture sediments. Another before and after of a sediment trap there in the Santa Clara Creek. And another one, the actual creek, you can see the road that's next to the creek at the top of both pictures. And we're just trying to get using the hazard trees that were in the area and some of the boulders to put them in place to try and decrease the speed of these flows. Log drop structure in this more or less the same area. And then we did some work in the Rio Santa Cruz, which is within the Pueblo, but it's in an area that's surrounded by the city of Espanola. So it's been heavily impacted by trespassing, illegal dumping, and irrigation diversion actually has a big impact on it. So we have done some small projects in this with the using base funding in 2019. So some of the work we did in 2001, again, mostly rock dams and baffles. As I mentioned, the Santa Cruz is usually diverted for irrigation for a large part of the year, from March till September. So we didn't anticipate any problems with having access to the work area. We did lack materials in order to get the rocks that we needed. We had to transport them from the canyon down to the Santa Cruz, which is, about 12, 15 miles. And when they were doing the works, for some reason, they released a ton of water from upstream, which is off the Pueblo land. And these guys are working in like very wide, very heavy flows for a portion of the project. And just another before and after showing the rock dam installations of the work that we had done this year in Santa Cruz. The flow is usually like the first picture, and the second one is more or less similar, but we had a lot of high water marks after that release of water upstream. So it's just to give you an idea of what we've done so far to do with using the competitive funds for Santa Clara Creek. This was past year was our 8th year of implementation that we've done. So there've been about 7,000 structures completed over 15,000 acres of the watershed, 36 miles of the tributaries and stream. So this past year alone, we were able to complete 517 structures in various tributaries there within the Santa Clara Creek. We did recon work for future work, trying to identify the priority areas again, and establish some photo points. And we've seen improvements in the gradient and sinuosity of the Santa Clara Creek. This is a chart taken from our tribal assessment report for one of the sample sites within the project area. And we use the most stringent use, as you should say, as a high quality cold water fishery. And we were able to meet those, support the use of that water as a fishery from those preliminary water quality readings. And then just an excerpt from the assessment report. We just mentioned that non-point source of work has added to the improvement of the water quality in the creek. Again, one of our primary goals is to be able to reintroduce fish into this water. Right now, we don't think we still have enough bank cover, and that could serve as a proper habitat and making sure that the waters are cold enough for the fish. But with this work that's been ongoing, we're slowly getting to that point. Again, the negative water quality impacts that have happened from past flows and past precipitation events have not been as severe. And part of it is because of the non-point source work that we've been doing. And then for the Rio Santa Cruz, this past year, we were able to do 19 structures. They're very, it doesn't sound like a lot, but they are actually very strong structures. And that's kind of encouraged me to hear the comment this morning by, I think, Dr. Jordan. She mentioned about, we have to just make these more resilient. And that's what we did there in the Santa Cruz. So one of the things that we have to make sure we plan for in the future, as she mentioned in her presentation, is making sure that maintenance is done on the past project sites. I know a lot of times, you'll hear that EP doesn't like to pay for the same thing twice, but as we heard in her presentation, that's going to be a necessity in the future. Maintenance and going over sites, especially ones that are not as resilient, is just going to be something that we have to plan for in the future, especially in work plans under non-point source if we're trying to address water quality challenges in the time of climate change. So challenges, of course, if for the Santa Clara, the Rio Santa Cruz is that there's, again, the size and the water flow are much greater than the creek. And we wanted to minimize impact, so we did everything with the hand crews instead of using heavy equipment in that particular area. So we'll continue with our monitoring under 106 to determine how effective the work has been, and we're going to support the uses we have for those particular water bodies and inspect the past projects, as you mentioned, see which ones are doing the best, which locations are working the best, and then apply for future competitive funding as it becomes available. So again, sorry for the audio issues, but that's what I have for the presentation today.
Dino, are you done?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So first of all, let me say what a tremendous tragedy that was, that fire that caused all those all that destruction, basically to everything, seems like. And then the resilience of you and the community to actually try to, put some things back together. In your estimation, let me ask you a question. So how far along in the process, I guess you could just use a percentage to where you were and where you are now?
I would say we are 30%.
About 30%?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on here. Let me see if I have some questions for you in the chat. Okay, so it says here, this is from Nicole, and let's see if she meant it for me, but let me see if you can solve it. Let's see. So okay, so Nicole is saying, hey, I'm not sure if I can answer this question off the top of my head, but I believe even for Tribal 319, we cannot fund maintenance. So if headquarters was actually saying something like that, we will have to verify. I'm not sure if that's what Dino was talking about. Is that what you're talking about, Dino?
No, I'm not saying that. I was just saying that it was mentioned this morning. I'm trying to look through my notes. Yeah, it was Dr. West, Dr. Jordan West, which she was mentioning the adaptive design tool. So she mentioned it, that increased maintenance and replanting. So yeah, it's too bad we can't do it under 319, but I would hope that there could be some type of change or flexibility in that so it can be done, because it does seem like it's going to be a necessity in the future based on her presentation.
Okay, yeah, I see where you're going. So you're tying the two together from what she said this morning to how that could actually affect you in the future. Okay. Yes, Dino. Yes, Dino is talking, Latasha. Can you hear him? Okay. Karen Dye says thanks.
Yes,
Dino.
we can. I think that was a question from Nicole.
Yeah. Okay, great. And yeah, that's a lot of stuff that you guys had to go through. I'm trying to figure out, if the things that you've put in place so far. I know that you guys have received a lot of competitive 319 selections, and you said you put those to work. But do you think, is it safe? You showed a lot of barriers and things that you have put in place on some slopes and things like. Is it safe to kind of walk around now without, you know, any of that stuff giving way?
No, not completely. Those areas are still considered hazardous. Although, yes, there was this past year, in 2021 was the first year since the fire. So 10 years later, they did open it up to Pueblo members. And so they're considering it safe enough after they did an assessment by the Army Corps that people can have access to the canyon area. However, there are still certain areas that are considered hazardous because of the still thousands of trees that are standing, but they died from the fire, and they're slowly making their way down. In fact, we had to change locations of a sampling point because of a massive tree that fell down at one of our sites. Even one of the Army Corps flow meters was destroyed by a falling tree. So not really completely safe, but it's a lot better than it was before. People would use the term moonscape to describe it, and at least now we're getting some growth in there. Part of it's work we're doing. There's been actually a larger work done through the Corps and our forestry department. They actually had the big bucks to do a lot of stuff, and we have our 319, which is, it's nothing to sneeze at, those competitive funds, but we're able to concentrate in areas that they weren't able to hit or considered too small to do work on. So by, you're kind of using these funds, and you have this patchwork quilt over the area, but you can get a lot done that way.
Is any of the community outside of just the EPA, are there any local stakeholders or anything like that that's able to support you in your restoration?
In our particular area we're at now, it's because it's all within the Pueblo boundaries. There's not necessarily local ones, but of course, we've relied on the technical assistance from the state. The federal partners, they have a large role. Army Corps, of course, Bureau of Rec, the Forest Service, because of course, they were hit as hard as we were as far as by the fire. So we have to really tie in a lot of our efforts together. The Department of Energy, although it's mostly Los Alamos, but we had to make them aware of, the impacts of this, because there are actually security impacts, considerations that take in effect, not particularly here within the Santa Clara Creek, but from the plateau and the Jemez Mountains, and that's where Los Alamos National Lab is located. So there's just we had to have a large series of meetings for many years to address this, and then we would always take the opportunity to educate people, because a lot of them are not familiar with non-point source. They're not familiar with this program, and these are other feds, and we'd have to educate them on what non-point source was, why it was important to the Pueblo, why it's drastically important for improving water quality. So that was that type of outreach to other federal partners was really important.
Very. And I guess my last question to you would be, you mentioned, I believe you stated that there wasn't any fish left after that fire. I guess you say you kind of did some fisheries and hatcheries and things of that nature to try to bring them back. Where do you feel like you are right now as far as the restoration of your fish population?
We still have, as far as we know, 0 fish. It's possible that some fish could have migrated up from the Rio Grande, but of course the Rio Grande is a warm water fishery, and our area, the Santa Clara Creek area, the upper part anyways, is a cold water fishery. So there might be some fish in the middle, but no, we have not done any restocking. We have not done any fish reintroductions in the area yet, as again, it's still soon. We still need more cover along the creek, more growth and such, so that the fish will have an adequate habitat, and then of course a food source as well. We have not done macro sampling yet, But we do know they're there because we do visual checks every time we do monitoring.
Okay, good. Well, I mean, I could say that you guys have come a long way, but you still got a whole lot of long way to go. So, again, we're here to support you in your program. Excellent presentation. Thanks for sharing, the things that you shared with us. Even though it was a tragedy, I think it was beneficial for us to know what happened and just the efforts that you're making to come back. So, thank you so much, Dino. We really appreciate it. Anybody got any questions for Dino outside of the things that I've asked? All right. No questions, Dino. We really appreciate it. And it is now 2:18. So we were originally scheduled to end at 3:00 today. But I'm gonna go and summarize what happened today, and then I'm gonna turn it over to Karen and Latasha see if they have anything for you guys, and then we'll probably just go ahead and end it early. Okay, so this morning we received a presentation on climate adaptation awareness. Extremely good presentation by Dr. Thomas Johnson and Dr. Jordan West and Latasha Roberts. Basically, what they were trying to do is basically get your attention on this subject, climate adaptation and awareness, so you can start thinking about it. And I believe they got their point across. So it was great. And then we had Rachel Renz. She came through and she talked about constructing the Tribal 319 Assessment and Management Plan. Again, it's going to be beneficial to all of you guys that are actually trying to put together TAS for 319. And then she came right back and she talked about how to build a 319 watershed plan. And I think that was very important because that is where you want to get to when it's all said and done when it comes to 319, working with your community to protect your waterways. And then we had Steve Epton come through on equity efforts, which was extremely important presentation because he's definitely trying to work with the tribes. Like Dino stated, they can use their competitive funds of 319, which is a whole lot more than the $30,000 we give them for base 319. Well, Steve is trying to put an effort out to raise that number so that you can do more 319 projects in your community. And then we had Mr. Kelly Kersey come through from Pawnee Nation and shared his 319 projects with you. Again, long-term projects. He's worked there for a long time, him and Monty Matlock, and they're doing some great work, have done some great work under the 319 projects that they have. So I was glad he could come through. And then, of course, Dino coming through and sharing the tragedies and the things that he has done, the best management practices he has put into place to address the tragedy that they've had on the ground. So I think today has been a great presentation of sessions that everybody here can get something out of. So I hope you enjoyed today's session. And tomorrow we're going to be bringing 319 and 106 together. The first day was 106. The second day today was 319. Now we're going to talk about how both of those programs support each other tomorrow. Karen, do you have anything?
Yeah, thank you, Sam. I just wanted to also mention another day of some great presentations with some really good information. And I also wanted to mention that I know we had a lot of questions and comments in the chat box. So if for some reason we didn't get to your question today, or if you think of something a little later on, please just shoot me an email and I will make sure I get that forwarded to everyone. And also after the fact, if you guys want a copy of anyone's presentation, I will be happy to share those with you. I will collect those after the event. And I hope everyone will be able to join us again tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you. How about you, Latasha? You have anything you want to add?
I do not. We just welcome you back for another day tomorrow as we are gathered here for our day 3 of our both of our 106 and 319 grants working together.
Okay, we'll see y'all back here tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Thank you.